It's Halloween, and Lucas went trick-or-treating. He arrived at the neighborhood's scariest house and rang the doorbell. A woman dressed as a witch answered the door. But in a few seconds, Lucas realized she was a real witch. What gave her away? Halloween decorations don't float in the air by themselves. That pumpkin right there has a life of its own. During a marathon, 3 women were about to cross the finish line. As one of them was about to win first place, the organizers of the event received a message saying one of them was not really human. Who? The first woman is sweating a lot, while the second woman is itching her large tattoo. The third woman is about to leap to the finish line, but her legs don't really bend. She must be a robot. Clara is visiting an old haunted house. The tour guide tells her group that there are some ghosts still living there. Clara decides to copy the group and takes pictures of the place, but no one appears in her photo. Why? Plot twist, Clara is the ghost. No one appears in her picture because her phone isn't real and can't really take photos. The giveaway was the fact that Clara is hovering above the ground without touching it. Molly went to winter camp with her best friends. At night, they all heard loud howls coming from the forest. And on the next day, they saw large footprints in the snow. Take a look at the 3 guides that work in the camp. Can you guess which one is a werewolf? The blonde girl is wearing gloves inside a heated cabin. The one with the glasses has scratches on her face. And the one in the middle is wearing boots much larger than his size. That's the one! He's the werewolf! The police station got a call saying that an undercover vampire was passing as a teacher at Middle Moon Elementary School. The officer went down there to check and found 3 possible suspects. Take a look at them and see if you can guess who the vampire is. It's the one in the middle. She's wearing sunglasses inside the cafeteria and drinking a very suspicious red drink. Yikes! When Eric approached the gate of his apartment, he heard the sound of someone bawling. He looked around, but no one was there. That's when he noticed something that scared him and he shouted, "Ghosts!" Look at the image. Can you identify what Eric saw and what scared him so much? The gate lamp isn't attached to the pole. It's floating in the air and somehow still shining bright. This isn't right. Emma went to visit her friend Julie's house. When she arrived, she saw her friend swimming in the pool, but it was late and dark. She bowed down to talk to her friend when another Julie came running from behind telling her not to do that. Can you figure out which one is the real Julie? It's the girl that's outside of the pool. The one inside of the pool is a ghost because the girl is swimming, but there's no movement in the water. Mia is a ghost hunter. One Wednesday night, her smartwatch alerted her to ghost activity in the town's ancient castle. She rushed there and found a dusty room with 5 mirrors. Her ghost detector beeped like crazy. Each mirror showed a different reflection of Mia, but she was quick to find the ghost. Can you find it too? Look closely at the third mirror. Mia is wearing her smartwatch, but her reflection isn't. That's not her. It's the ghost mimicking her. You arrive at a Halloween party. The party's main attraction is entering a room with a real horror story character inside. In the first room, there's a bloodthirsty vampire. In the second room, there's a handcuffed Frankenstein monster. And in the third room, there's a very bad-looking zombie. Which room would you be safer going in? The second room. Since the guy's hands are handcuffed, he can't really hurt you. Brandy and Michelle were both accused of being a vampire after they posted these pictures online. Take a look at them. Which one is a real vampire? It's Brandy, the blonde girl on the left. If you look closely, you can't see her reflection in the mirror. She must be a vampire. Jack works at the morgue. He's doing his morning round, checking on all the new arrivals when he feels something touch his legs. His heart starts beating really fast. Take a look at the image. Can you figure out which of these bodies is still alive? It's the one on the right side. If you check it out, his hand is poking out of the bed and he's twitching his fingers. He must still be alive. Sylvie was walking in a forest late at night. It was a full moon. When she was heading back home, she heard some howling. Out of nowhere, there were 3 werewolves in front of her. She got scared, but that's when she noticed that one of them wasn't a real werewolf. Take a good look at the picture. Can you guess which one is a fake werewolf? It's the one on the left. If you look closely, you'll find there's a zipper on his chest. He's clearly wearing a costume. Beth's best friend from school showed her a picture and asked her to figure out who in the picture wasn't human. She'd get a week's supply of free candy if she could do it. Can you help Beth figure out the answer? It's the boy in the middle. He doesn't have a shadow, which means he's definitely not human. On a sunny Sunday, Mary was strolling along the jetty at the beach when a sea creature snatched her. She woke up in an abandoned underwater castle. To escape, she had to choose one of 3 tunnels. The first had evil glowing eyes blinking. The second was full of sharks. The third held a pirate shipwreck. Which tunnel would be the safest for her to choose? She should choose the third. The pirate ship has already sunk, meaning whatever danger it once held is gone. It's the safest way out for Mary. Bob was scuba diving when he bumped his head into a coral reef. He woke up a few days later in an underwater kingdom. 3 mermaids took him in and helped him get better. When he finally opened his eyes and asked who they were, they all said they were his wife. Take a look at the image. Can you tell which mermaid is telling the truth? If you look closely, the third mermaid to the right is wearing a shellfish ring similar to the one that Bob is wearing. This must mean she is his real wife and the other 2 mermaids were lying. Maya was an undercover police officer. On a Saturday night, she decided to go to the movies. When she arrived, she saw 2 women who looked pretty suspicious. She remembered that the police were tracking down a girl who was actually a zombie. Take a look at both women. Can you tell which one is the zombie? It's the lady on the left. Her eyes are staring blankly ahead and she's making weird sounds. 3 girls are fighting over a doll. It belongs to one of them, but each of the 3 says it's hers. Who do you think the real owner of the doll is? It must be this girl. Look, she and the doll have matching outfits. It's Halloween and some people got dressed as ghosts, but there's one real ghost among them. Who do you think it is? Look, this person doesn't cast a shadow. 3 friends went camping. 2 of them are real people, and 1 is a robot. Take a closer look at the photo of them and tell me who you think the robot is. It must be this guy. Take a look at the footprints each of them left. This guy's footprints are actually wheel prints, which is not very common for a real human. Amanda and her mom are participating in a game show. It's the final round, and Amanda's task is to figure out which of these 2 women is her mom. Both women are wearing masks, so Amanda cannot see their faces. Can you help her? Pay attention to the woman's hair color. Amanda is redheaded. This woman has red hair too, so I'd bet it's her mom. In any case, Amanda must know what color her mom's hair is, so she's safe here. Local police got information that their little town had been invaded. Officers started walking around asking for people's ID cards. I'll show them to you one by one, and you must decide who looks suspicious. For example, this one. What's your verdict? Look at this guy's birth year. No, it's definitely not a real ID. Here's another one. What can you say about this lady? Look at her place of residence. It's just the name of some place. There's no mention of a state or country. Nope, this person is suspicious too. The next person is this young lady, and here's her ID card. Do you see anything suspicious? She seems fine to me. I'd let her go. Another one. What about this person? This time, pay attention to this photo. All document photos should have a white background. This one isn't an officially issued ID card, so I'd say he's suspicious. I have the last suspect for you. What do you say? Is there anything we should be concerned about? No, he's okay. Let him go. A rich lady, Mrs. Reed, was looking for a person to clean her house every week. She invited 3 candidates and asked them why they wanted the job. Amelia said she wanted to earn some money during the summer to travel to another state with her friends. Colton said his mother forced him to do something in the summer so that he didn't play video games all day long. Danica said she was totally broke and needed money to survive. When they left, Mrs. Reed saw that her diamond necklace was missing. She guessed that one of the candidates had stolen it, so she invited them again. Take a look at them and figure out who the thief is. It's Danica. She said she was broke. The last time she was there, she was wearing old clothes. But look at her now. She has new clothes, gold earrings, and an iPhone. She must have stolen the necklace and sold it. On a snowy winter day, police got a call that one of the houses in the neighborhood had been robbed. A detective visited people living there, but everyone said that they'd been staying at home because of the weather. Still, the detective understood who was lying. This person became the main suspect. Who is it? It must be the person living in this house. He said he'd been staying at home, but he obviously parked his car after the snow had already built up on the driveway. So, the car was away for a while. Why would he lie? Another day, another crime. Mr. Spencer, a businessman, was robbed. He said he'd had a heavy safe full of cash in his bedroom. Now it was gone, and he was worried that he didn't have any proof that he'd ever possessed it. Still, a detective said that he believed the man and asked for details. How did the detective know the businessman wasn't a liar? Look, there's dents on the floor. Something really heavy was indeed standing there for a long time. Today, you're going to try on both a detective and a rescuer hat to crack several crimes and save a few people. Look at these people very attentively. Which of them is in greater danger? It's the man crossing the road at the red light. As for the woman, the fork won't fit in the outlet, so she's safe. How about these guys? Who would you hurry to save? The man on the right urgently needs help. His rope is torn. Now look at these people. One of them needs rescue as soon as possible. Which one? You should rush to save the man on the right. Extreme heat can take one's life faster than extreme cold. Who's about to fall, the man or the girl? What's your bet? The man is going to fall soon, while the girl's rope is tightly wrapped around her waist. The man's rope is about to rip. These two guys are making a grave mistake, eating berries they don't recognize. But for one of them, it's bound to end badly. Which guy isn't going to survive? The guy on the left is going to have big problems. See that bird next to the bush? It's not moving and doesn't look alive. It means the berries on that bush are poisonous. The next one is kinda hypothetical. If you knew one of these people was a vampire, which one would be your first pick? I'd opt for the girl in the middle. She's hiding from the sun under a large dark umbrella. All because vampires are afraid of sunlight. Do you agree? Or do you have another idea? Share it in the comments. One guy decided to become a scuba diver, but during his first dive, he got dazed and disoriented. He couldn't figure out which way he should swim to get to the surface. Soon, he also noticed he was running out of air. He started panicking. Can you help the poor guy to find his way to the surface? He should swim in the direction where bubbles go. You're stuck in Antarctica. You're starting to run out of food, so you decide to explore your surroundings. At one point, you come across a chunk of bone with a crack in it. This bone might come in handy. What is the best way to use it? Crack it and use it as a second knife? Make an eyewear mask or make a flute to entertain yourself. An eyewear mask is the best option. It can save you from a big problem: snow blindness. Sunlight reflected off the snow and ice can cause serious eye problems. You find yourself trapped in an empty room with only a small knife, a water dispenser, and a large water bottle. There are 3 doors in the room. The corridor behind the first one is filled with toxic gas. Behind the second door, there are venomous snakes. And the third door is hiding a giant aquarium with hungry sharks. Which door should you choose? Empty the water dispenser and cut its top part with the knife. Put it over your head so that no air can get inside. Then leave fast through the first door. In the morning, Johnson found out that he had somehow turned into a metal robot. The place where he woke up was a dungeon. There were 3 corridors leading out of that place. The first passage had a treacherous floor. Some of its panels could collapse. Massive boulders fell from the ceiling of the second corridor every 30 seconds. And the third passage was filled with giant cacti with thorns covered in poison. Which corridor is the safest? Johnson's gotta pick the third corridor. Thorns would do no harm to his now metal body. Emma came to the office and found out that someone had deleted an important report from her computer. She questioned 3 people. Laura said she'd just arrived. Thomas answered he'd been out buying coffee and had just returned. And Eliza said she'd had a meeting with a client in a cafe. Who deleted Emma's report? Eliza. Pay attention to the suspect's feet. Thomas and Laura's shoes are wet. They got caught in the rain. But Eliza's high heels are perfectly dry. She must have lied about going to meet with a client. Famous chef Logan was going to have some very important guests in his restaurant. 1 hour before their arrival, Logan saw red handprints on his white jacket. Look at the other cooks and try to figure out who wants to ruin the chef's career. There's a pair of gloves stained with something red in the trash can. The only person who isn't wearing any gloves is the cook on the left. He must be the one to have spoiled Logan's uniform. One of these people on the train is hiding some treasure. Can you spot who it is? It's this man. At first glance, he's just overweight. But once you look closer, you'll realize that his belly has an uneven shape and is even a bit lumpy. Both of these ladies are in a terrible hurry. They're gonna be late for work. But while one of them might still get to the office on time, the other is definitely doing something wrong and won't make it. Put those attention skills of yours to good use. The first lady is bound to be late for work. She's trying to style her hair, but the tool she's using is unplugged. Look at these dishes very attentively. Which of them isn't safe to eat? Look at this piece of cake. There's a spider on it. And is it spinning a tiny web? I wouldn't eat this dessert if I were you. Joe had a friend, Randy, who never answered questions directly. Once, Joe sent Randy a message inviting him to join their friends in a cafe. Randy's answer was kinda weird. Sorry, no money, job and job. Luckily, Joe knew his friend well enough to understand what he meant. But can you figure it out? Randy meant he had no money because he was in between jobs. There are 3 fortune tellers working in an amusement park: Zelda, Salma, and Freya. But one of them is an imposter. Look at the women attentively and try to figure out who it is. Look, Salma has an earphone in her ear. It means someone is helping her to predict her visitor's fate. Mickey woke up in a small room without windows. She didn't know how she got there. The girl noticed a door with a combination lock on it. And on the floor next to her, there was a note. Spelled forward, "We're those rodents that terrify you. But what you need is spelled backward. You can't touch it, but you see it at night. What's the password?" The rodents the note speaks about are rats, and the word Mickey needs is star. The police suspected that Mr. Hall was a smuggler, transporting forbidden goods on his yacht. One day, they learned that the cargo they were looking for was on his vessel. Several police officers came to Mr. Hall with a search warrant. They examined every nook and cranny of his yacht but didn't find anything. Suddenly, one of the police officers realized where the cargo was. Do you know where it was hidden? The cargo could only be underwater. Wrapped in a protective cover, it was tied to the anchor. Now, look at these people attentively. Who's richer? The man on the left looks like a rich businessman, but he might be just pretending. His designer clothes could be fake. At the same time, the guy with green hair looks very informal, but he's holding a brand new laptop and expensive headphones. He is likely to be richer. Sam is talking to his lawyer in jail. They're very upset because the judge has refused to grant bail. At the end of the conversation, Sam is allowed to leave the jail. Why? Sam is visiting his lawyer, who was arrested and jailed.
Right before a restaurant was about to open, someone stole all the money from the office. A detective arrived for interrogation. A cook said that he was working hard and didn't have time to walk or gaze around, so he didn't see anything. The security guy said that he was in the bathroom and didn't steal anything. The waiter said he remembered seeing one visitor heading to the office. Somehow he ignored it and didn't stop them. The waiter got arrested for stealing the money. Why? The restaurant was yet closed, and there couldn't be any visitors. Kennedy woke up in some dungeon. She tried to escape, but the door was locked. All of a sudden, a clock appeared and started ticking. It said that there would be an explosion in half a minute if she didn't crack the code. It was just one number, but the trick was that Kennedy only had 2 attempts. Luckily, there was a hint. Kennedy tried 60, but it didn't work. What must be her second guess? Remember the clock? When an hour hand points at 1, it means 5 minutes. When it points at 2, 10 minutes, and so on. So 12 equals 0. One rainy evening, Poppy drove to her boyfriend's neighborhood to return his hoodie. She walked in the house for a couple of minutes and forgot to lock the car. When she returned, she called the police because her laptop had been stolen from the back seat. The detective said that the girl had lied. Why? Poppy has a 2-door car. There's no back seat in her automobile. Ms. Brown, Miss White, and Mr. Green are best friends who met up at a restaurant to celebrate their college graduation. Miss White suddenly noticed one fun fact and said, "Look, we're all wearing our colors, but no one wears their color." "Yeah, Virginia White, you're right," responded the girl in a green dress. Can you tell who is who? So, Miss White can only be wearing a green or a brown dress. Since a girl in a green dress responded to her, Virginia White is wearing a brown dress. This leaves us with the fact that the girl in the green dress must be Miss Brown, and the girl in the white dress must be Miss Green. Madeline wanted to make her dad the best present for his birthday. The problem was that she had zero ideas. She decided to sneak into her dad's computer and see what he has saved in his online shopping cart. The computer required a password, and Madeline didn't know it. Can you help her figure it out? Look at the desk. There's a note, and it has quite a lot of typos. It could be done on purpose. Find every typo and put them together. O in laundry, extra L in school, I in clean, C in basement, and V in answer. So the password is OLICV. Ned works in a club, and his job is to check people's IDs and to not let any suspicious people in. Take a look at these 3 ID cards and figure out who wasn't supposed to enter the club. So, here's the first one. She seems fine, let her in. What do you say about this girl? Don't let her in. The month and date are flipped. She must have a fake ID. Bye, girl. Okay, next. Look. In or out? Look, the guy in the photo has a tattoo on his neck, but in reality, he doesn't have one. That's suspicious. Don't let him in. Okay, here's the next guest. He seems fine to me. And this girl? She seems alright. Green light. Okay, another one. In or out? Look, there's a typo in birth. Official documents don't have any typos, so this ID must be fake. I wouldn't let her in. Melody and Belle are sisters. Melody has cool clothes, and Belle always borrows something from her without permission. One day, Melody was going to a party and couldn't find her favorite top. She knocked on her sister's door. Belle opened the door, but saw it was her sister and shut it. In a couple of seconds, Melody broke into the room and started searching for the top. But she didn't find it anywhere and had to leave. On her way out, she remembered something and managed to find it. Where? Melody remembered that when Belle opened the door, she had her hoodie unzipped. After she shut the door, Belle zipped it. She was wearing the top. Atlas was wandering in a forest and came across a huge mansion. He walked in, and the doors behind him got locked. There were 3 ways out. Behind the first door, there was a room with poisonous gas that made your skin melt. Behind the second door, there was a hungry wolf. Behind the third door, there was a window, but there was no ladder. How can Atlas escape safely? He should pick the third door. He just walked in, so he's on the first floor. He won't need a ladder to get out of the window safely. Mr. Mason didn't really like a huge tree growing by his neighbor's house because it hid the sun. He was super happy when the tree was no more one day after a raging storm at night. Still, his neighbor called the police and reported Mr. Mason for cutting the tree on purpose. Mr. Mason denied doing it. Who is right? If it were the storm that broke the tree, the cut would be messy. But the tree is perfectly sawn off, so it's some person's work. Maybe not Mr. Mason, but definitely not the storm. Karina was going to become a historian. After classes, she liked to go to the History Museum to read her books and learn new things. One day, while the girl was studying there, she went to the bathroom, leaving her stuff behind. When she returned, she discovered that her wallet was missing. Noelle said she never paid attention to Karina or her stuff. Tucker said that at that time, he was on the phone with his friend. Lyra said she hadn't stolen anything. Who lied? Tucker. It's prohibited to talk on the phone in the museum. Mrs. Moore had a rule. If her daughters wanted to eat ice cream in the evening, they had to do some housework during the day. On a rainy Tuesday, she came back from work and asked her daughters what they'd done. Charlotte said she'd vacuum cleaned the second floor. Indiana said she'd done the laundry. Polaris said she'd watered the plants in the garden. Who didn't eat ice cream that day? Polaris. She said she'd watered the flowers. But why would she do it if it was raining outside? Detective Callum is on a mission to find a vampire and an elf. He knows that the vampire lives in the red house on the left side of the neighborhood. Look closely at this family and find the vampire. It's this guy. He's walking past the mirror, but there's no reflection. Now back to the elf. He lives in the greenhouse on the right side of the neighborhood. Detective Callum has started to watch this building too. Luckily, he has only spotted 2 people. But who is the elf? It must be this guy. Look, his ears are pointed. Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell called the police. They said that their son, a private school student, hadn't come back from school. The problem was that he suffered from amnesia. The police started to search the city. They found 3 teenagers with amnesia who didn't know their names or the names of their parents. And still, they managed to figure out who Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell's son was. Can you understand it? It's the guy in the middle. Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell's son went to school in the morning and didn't return, so he must still be wearing his school uniform. Phoebus crossed the border of 2 countries every day, riding his bike and wearing a huge backpack. The custom officers checked his bag every day but couldn't find anything prohibited. And still, they were sure that Phoebus was up to no good. They were actually right, but they couldn't understand what was wrong. Can you figure it out? Look, every time, Phoebus rides a different bike. He smuggles bikes right in front of their noses. Mrs. Adams came back home. She had 3 children who were grounded and not allowed to watch TV. When she was about to get into the house, she heard that the TV was on. But when she entered, it had already been turned off. Serenity was in the garden. She said she had been redoing her flower bed for the last couple of hours. Cressida was upstairs in her room doing her homework. Everett was in the garage playing the guitar. Who lied? Serenity. No one works in the garden wearing a dress. Also, she's completely clean and doesn't have any garden tools with her. Oliver is terrible at packing. Whenever he goes somewhere, he always takes the stuff he'll never need. Today he's packing to go camping in the forest. Take a look inside his bag and decide what he won't need on the trip. Look, there's an electric kettle. There's no electricity in the forest, so he can definitely leave it at home. Now look at what Oliver has packed for a weekend at his parents' house. What things won't he need? There are 2 huge towels. I'm pretty sure his parents have spare towels. He can leave them at home. Oliver is going on vacation to a deserted island. He will spend a couple of days there trying to survive on his own. What things won't he need on the island? Oh boy, don't take this laptop with you. It'll run out of power really fast. Susie was finally going on vacation, and she was planning to spend it in Mexico. She lived alone, so she asked her friend to look after her plants and her cat. The friend agreed and took them to her house. When Susie returned, she realized that someone had been in her house while she had been away. How did Susie understand it? Susie lives alone, but look, several packages were delivered while she was away, and somehow they are inside, not outside the house. Got your brain working? Okay, let's warm up first. Look at this picture carefully and try to figure out what's wrong with it. Uh-oh, there's a parrot in the fish tank. Now look at these beautiful young ladies. They all seem pretty well off, but one of them is truly rich. Can you figure out which one it is? It's the girl on the left. She has a Ferrari, which means she's loaded. An ice cream seller has two types of ice cream, chocolate and vanilla. The chocolate ice cream costs $2 for a scoop, while the vanilla ice cream is $1. Each customer is allowed to have only one scoop. Mary gives the seller $2. The man immediately gives her a scoop of the chocolate treat. But when Ben comes up to the seller and gives him $2, the man asks him what ice cream he wants. Why? Mary gave the seller two $1 bills, so it was obvious what she wanted. But Ben gave the seller just one $2 bill, so the man had to clarify which ice cream the guy wanted. One day, Leo's friends asked him whether he had any siblings. The man answered that he had a brother. When he was 6 years old, his brother was half his age. And then Leo decided to see how smart his friends were. They needed to figure out how old his brother was now that Leo himself was 40. Do you know the answer? It's actually quite simple. When Leo was 6, his brother was half his age, meaning he was 3. In other words, the age difference between them is 3 years. So if Leo is 40 now, his brother is 40 minus 3 equals 37 years old. 3 athletes are lined up at the starting line of a canoeing competition. Can you figure out which of these athletes is going to come first? The third athlete is going to arrive first. He is the most prepared of them all. The other two are just amateurs. The first one has the oar turned upside down, and the second isn't wearing a cap or glasses. During a physical education class, students lined up to form 2 volleyball teams. That's when Miguel noticed something curious. He was both the 6th from the left and the 6th from the right of the line. Based on this information, can you figure out how many students are in the line? If Miguel is the 6th from each side, there must be 5 students to his left and 5 to his right. So we get 5 students on the left plus Miguel plus 5 people on the right equals 11 students in total. 3 women are in the fitting rooms of a maternity clothing store. They all claim to be pregnant and are trying on loose, comfortable dresses. However, one of them is lying. Considering that only their feet are visible beneath the fitting room curtains, can you figure out which of them isn't pregnant? The woman in the third fitting room is not pregnant. Pregnant women typically avoid wearing high heels for comfort and safety reasons, so her shoes likely mean she is just faking it. These 5 bags of gold look identical. Each of them has 10 gold pieces. But one of the 5 bags contains fake gold. The real gold and fake gold are identical in every way. except the weight. Each piece of fake gold weighs 1.1 ounce, while a piece of real gold weighs 1 ounce. You have a perfectly accurate digital scale, but you can use it only once. How can you determine which bag has the fake gold? You should take 1 gold piece from the first bag, 2 from the second bag, 3 from the third bag, 4 from the fourth bag, and 5 from the fifth bag. If the number on the scale ends in .1, you'll know that the first bag contains the fake gold. If the number ends in .2, then the fake gold is in the second bag, and so on. Ooh, that's smart! Marshall, Ted, Barney, and Robin were in Robin's house. Suddenly, the lights went out, and one of the boys kissed Robin. Robin asked them who it was. Marshall said Ted had done it. Ted said Marshall was lying, and Barney said he hadn't done it. Just one of the guys told the truth. Can you figure out who kissed the girl? Barney kissed Robin, and Ted is the only person who is telling the truth. If Marshall's statement was true, then the last statement would be true too, which is against the rules. If Barney's statement was true, then one of the other 2 statements would be true as well. So it means Ted is the only person telling the truth. But I think the bigger question is, did Robin kiss him back? But I digress. Lisa was preparing for an extremely difficult exam for a week, surviving on a few hours of sleep and large amounts of caffeine. After passing her exam successfully, she fell asleep and slept for a really long time. When she eventually woke up, she couldn't figure out what time it was – 7 a.m., 3 p.m., or 11 p.m. Please help the girl understand what time of day it was. The street lights are still on, but it's not very dark outside, so it must be 11 p.m. Julia asked her boyfriend Kyle to go to the supermarket to buy some groceries and gave him a shopping list. When Kyle arrived at the store, he looked at the list and got pretty confused. What is this last item Kyle needs to buy? Eggs. He needs to buy eggs. Kevin wasn't doing particularly well. He lost his job and was trying to find a new one unsuccessfully. Look at the guy's room and try to figure out how many job interviews he has already attended. Look, there are 6 Post-it notes on the calendar. It means he has already been to 6 interviews. Anyway, good luck, Kevin! 3 brothers lived on a farm. One day they decided to buy new seeds, and 2 of them, Mark and Tom, headed for the market, while Ben stayed behind to look after the fields. Mark bought 75 sacks of wheat seeds, and Tom bought 45. When they returned home, they divided the sacks equally. Ben paid $1,400. How much money do Mark and Tom get from this sum? We know each farmer got 1/3 of 120 sacks, which is 40 sacks. If Ben paid $1,400 for his 40 sack, then the price of 1 sack is $1,400 divided by 40, or $35 for a sack. That's why Tom gets $175 and Mark gets $1,225. Mike was going home carrying $300. A man stopped him and offered him a chance to double the money. Mike just had to roll a die and have 4 or more, or roll 2 dice and get 5 or 6 on at least one of the dice, or roll 3 dice and get 6 on at least one of them. If not, the man would take his money. What is the best strategy to keep the money? The young man should just decline the offer. This way, he'll have a 100% chance to keep his money. If he decides to agree to the bet with 1 die, he has a 50% chance of winning. If he decides to agree to the bet with 2 dice, there's a 56% chance that he will win. And if he agrees to the 3 dice bet, his chances of winning are 42%. And finally, can you figure out what is next in this sequence of numbers? It's going to be this long number. You see, each next number is a verbal representation of the number before it. This way, if we start with 1, the next number in the sequence will be 1, 1, and the next is 2 ones. Then we've got 1, 2, 1, 1, and so on. Yeah, that's weird. Let's get our brains warmed up with 3 quick math questions. So tell me, what's the answer to this equation? The result is 20. How about this one? -8. Well done! I can guarantee you that the equation below is correct. But how? Well, it's just upside down. If you flip it, it becomes 16 equals 8 plus 8. And that's totally correct. Well, the warm-up is done, now let's get to the real challenges. Ella shot 12 arrows at a target. She hit the center 3 times, she's pretty good. One time she almost missed, but it still counted as a hit. All the other shots were misses. So, how many points did she score in total? Hitting the center gives her 3 points. She hit it 3 times, so that's 9 points. That one shot where she almost missed landed in the blue zone, that's 1 more point. So in total, she scored 10 points. Next one. What should you add to 55,555 to get 500? Well, you should add a minus sign right here. Pay close attention to this image. Can you guess the number of the parking spots that these cars are in? Look at the first few numbers. 2, 3, 5. We're dealing with prime numbers here, right? If we keep the sequence going, it means that the red car is in spot 7, the green car is in 11, and the yellow car is parked in 17. Now, you're only allowed to use times and minus signs. Where would you put them to make this equation work? The answer is 9 times 8 minus 7 minus 65, and boom, you get 0. That's a similar one, but this time you're only allowed to use division and addition signs. Where would you put them to make this equation work? And the solution is 4 plus 4 plus 8 divided by 4 equals 10. Ben knows that there are some squirrels hidden in his yard. Each squirrel gathers 6 acorns every day. There's a pile with more than 50 acorns in it. At least how many squirrels must be hidden in his yard? If each squirrel gathers 6 acorns, then 8 squirrels would gather 48. That's not enough. But 9 squirrels would gather 54 acorns, so there must be at least 9 squirrels around him. Now check out this equation. If watermelons are worth 0 and oranges are worth 1, what's the result? If you swap the fruits for numbers, you get 1 plus 1 times 0 plus 1. And since multiplication comes first, that gives you a total of 2. A factory makes a $20 profit for each t-shirt it produces and sells. So how many t-shirts do they need to sell to make $5,000 in profit? They need to sell 250 t-shirts. Now check out these numbers: 2, 3, 10, 12. Can you figure out the next one? Well, it's really not about calculations. It has to do with the first letter of each number. They all start with the letter T. So, following this sequence, the next number is 13. Alright, time to play true or false. First sentence. The fractions 3/4 is the same as 75%. Is it true or false? True! Nailed it! Next up, any number raised to the power of 0 equals 0. What do you think, true or false? And that's false. Any number to the power of 0 is actually 1, not 0. One more. Ready? 30% of 50 is the same as 50% of 30. Is this sentence true or false? They both equal 15, so yep, this sentence is true. There are 2 kittens, and some weights are sitting on a scale. The scale is perfectly balanced. So, how much does one kitten weigh? On the left side, we've got 3 weights: 4, 5, and 4. Add them up, that's 13 units. On the right side, there are 2 kittens and a weight of 5. If the total is 13, then the 2 kittens together must weigh 8. So each kitten weighs 4 units. Are you fast at math? Then tell me, what is the last number that will appear at the end of this path? The last number is 6. Jennifer wants to snoop through her boyfriend's phone. He agreed, but only if she manages to guess the password. And the clue is MCMXCII. Can you help Jennifer figure out his 4-digit code? Well, we're talking Roman numerals here, and MCMXCII is the same as 1992. Phone unlocked. Can you tell which number doesn't belong here? The number 7 is the only odd one. And how about this table? What's the strange number? "21 is the odd one out. It's not a multiple of 4. 3 bananas are on a table. A regular banana costs 2 coins. A Minecraft banana costs 1 coin more than the regular banana. A diamond banana costs twice as much as the Minecraft banana. So, which banana is the most expensive and how much does each one cost?" The most expensive one is the diamond banana. If the regular one costs 2 coins, that means the Minecraft banana costs 3 coins and the diamond banana costs 6. Kevin was 31 when his daughter Amanda turned 8. Now he is twice as old as she is. How old is Amanda? If her father is twice as old as her, Amanda must be 23. Dan is a translator, and he gets paid based on the number of words in the original text. He makes $3 per word. So how much will he get for the following translation? Remember, the number of words in Portuguese doesn't matter. Only the original English word count is used to calculate payment. If he earns $3 per word, he's going to make $24. Now, if we multiply the number of tails that every cat in the world has, what is the result? Time's up! The answer is 0, because at least one cat in the world doesn't have a tail. Lisa and David have $100 in total, and we know Lisa has $40 more than David. So, how much does each have? David has $30 and Lisa has $70. Take a good look at this puzzle. Can you figure out the value of the blue gift box? Well, let's see. If 3 green gifts cost 30 coins, that means each one is worth 10. So the red box must be worth 20. Following that logic, the 2 blue gifts together cost $10, so each one is worth 5. A swimming pool gets filled in 4 hours using 2 hoses. What if you only have 1 hose? How long will it take to fill the same pool? Think about it like this. 2 hoses together do the job in 4 hours. So each hose is doing half the work, right? If you use just 1 hose, it's going to take twice as long. So the answer is 8 hours. Frank only has 3 socks, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 green. He reaches into a dark drawer and grabs 2. What are the chances they match? Zero. Frank has only 1 of each color, remember? A teacher has 3 kids, William, Karen, and Linda. William is 2 years old. Karen is 3 times William's age, and Linda is half of Karen's age. Can you guess how old the 2 girls are? Karen is 6 and Linda is 3. A snail climbs 3 feet during the day and slides down 2 feet at night. How many days will it take to escape a 10-foot wall? Let's see. Each day, the snail gains 1 foot. After 7 days, it's at 7 feet. On the 8th day, it climbs from 7 to 10 feet and escapes before sliding. So the answer is 8 days. A motorcyclist was riding into the city. On the way, he passed 5 cars and a truck coming towards him. How many vehicles were going to the city? Only 1. The motorcyclist was the only one going to the city. You ordered a pizza for dinner for 8 people. How many times do you need to cut the pizza to get 8 slices? Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we have 8 slices. All right, dig in. Harry wakes up inside a simulated reality. An AI voice tells him that he needs to complete a series of tasks in order to get back to his normal life. 3 doors are projected in front of him. The first has a huge hammer that smashes anything that passes by it. The second door leads to a corridor filled with electric pipes. And behind the third door, there's broken glass all over the place. He has 2 seconds to choose one of the doors. Which one should he pick? He should choose the third door. Since he's wearing shoes, he'll be all right. He goes through that door and ends up in a cage. Inside, there are 3 rescue buttons. The red button will open the cage immediately, but it also simultaneously opens a cage with a hungry lion. The blue one will open the cage in 10 minutes, but it will also open hundreds of water pipes. The orange button will open the cage in 5 minutes, but it will also set the place on fire. Which of the buttons should he press? He should press the blue one. I mean, since it's a cage, it won't fill up with water. As soon as his cage opens, he is free to swim away. Then he finds himself at a crossroads. There are 3 different paths, and he needs to figure out which one to take. The first path is filled with smoking coal. The second path has frozen ice all over it. And the third path has pretty sharp nails. Which one should he choose? He should definitely choose the middle path. Even if the ice doesn't melt during daytime, it's pretty easy to go through it. It looks like Harry is doing pretty well, so the AI controlling the game decides to make the task a bit more difficult. It projects a scene where Harry is now in a hotel lobby. He has to figure out which of the lobby guys won't help him with his luggage. It's definitely the guy in the middle. If you look closely, the guy is transparent, which means he's probably a ghost. He can't touch physical stuff, so he won't be able to help Harry. Suddenly, the weekend in this virtual reality, and Harry is taken to a cabin in the mountains. There are 4 friends waiting for his arrival. They have a fun time, but at the end of the weekend, the cabin catches fire. One of his friends did it. Take a look at the image. Can you figure out who did it? It's the third guy to the right. He has a tiny gasoline bottle hanging from his belt. Harry suddenly appears in what looks like a wedding ceremony and discovers he's the one getting married. 2 women appear in front of him. They are dressed the same, but they both have their faces covered with veils. He needs to figure out who his true bride is. Can you help him out here? They look identical, but one of them already has a wedding ring. This can only mean that his true bride is the other lucky gal. For his next challenge, he's taken to a restaurant where a waitress shows him 4 glasses. Each glass is filled with the same liquid, water, and has an object inside of it. The waitress asks Harry which glass has more water than the rest. Take a look at the image. Can you figure out the correct answer? This shouldn't be too hard. The last glass is the one that has more water inside. The paperclip weighs almost nothing, while the other objects are way heavier. This means there is less water in all the other glasses. Harry's doing great thanks to you. Now, look at this image. There are 3 people about to parachute out of an airplane. Help Harry figure out who is in graver danger here. It's the first 2 people. You see, there's a heavy bottle in the last guy's backpack. If it falls down, it can break the others' parachutes. Uh-oh. Harry's stomach starts to growl after so much hard work, so he asks for some food. The AI controlling the game decides to create 2 chefs to bake him 2 different cakes. But here's the catch. Only one is safe to eat. Take a look at both of these delicious-looking cakes. Which one is safe? If you have a sharp eye, you'll know that the chef on the left is a fake, so you shouldn't eat his cake. The left chef has stains all over his shirt that look like blood. Plus, he doesn't have a badge on his shirt. He has a scratch over his eye, and he's hiding a syringe in his hand behind his back. There are just too many red flags here. Harry should go for the cake on the right. Well, it's time to take a nap, and Harry is taken to an old house. There are 3 rooms for him to choose from. Take a look at the picture. Which one should he choose? Well, so you see the hidden scenarios behind the curtains in the first room? That's a big no-no. As for the third room, notice how the AC is set to cold even though it's snowing outside. No to that, so he should definitely pick the second room. To sweeten things up a bit, Harry was enrolled into a baking competition. He was introduced to 3 judges, and they each told Harry what their favorite cake was. The first judge expressed his love for chocolate pies. Judge number 2 said he loved berry pies more than anything in the world. And Judge 3 said he was fond of pecan pies, also pronounced pecan. Harry immediately knew one of them was lying. Can you tell who? It was judge number 2. Do you see the chocolate stains and pie crumbles on the second judge's shirt? That could only mean he was enjoying a slice of chocolate pie before arriving at the competition venue. Harry needs to enter a new realm of the game, and for that, he needs to go through what looks like an airport. He didn't have any luggage with him, but he still needed to go through a security check. He went through the scanner, but he beeped every time he passed through it. Take a look at the image. Can you figure out what was making him beep so much? It was the necklace chain dangling from the pocket of his jacket. Good eye if you spotted that. Passing through the different realms, Harry spotted a nice bakery, then decided to stop for some more nourishment. There were 3 options to choose from: a cupcake, a chocolate croissant, and a gingerbread cookie. Can you guess which one he picked? You don't need to be a genius to see that Harry is using gingerbread cookie socks. He loves them so much, which is why that's his usual pick. Harry arrived at the gate of the new realm, and there were 2 creatures guarding it, a lion and a unicorn. There was a little sign saying that the lion lied on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, and that the unicorn lied on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Harry asked to get inside, and the lion said he needed to answer one of the riddles. He told Harry that he lied yesterday, and the unicorn said he also lied yesterday. Can you help Harry figure out which day of the week was yesterday? Well, let's see how this works. From what the magical creatures said, they were both lying on the same day. So the only possible answer to this riddle is Saturday. If we consider yesterday was Saturday, that means the lion was telling the truth and the unicorn was lying. Finally, Harry completed all of his tasks and was allowed to go back home. Which of the 3 doors should Harry choose to get back home? Well, let's see. He should choose the door in the middle. It has a house emoji on it, which will probably take Harry directly back to the comfort of his home.
James is a famous blogger. He arrives at an abandoned haunted castle to film a video. James hasn't even entered the house yet, but he has already spotted 5 weird things about this place and freaked out. Can you see them too? These footprints on the ground are too giant. It's winter, but this cherry tree is blooming. It should be the moon in the sky, not Saturn. Also, this black cat has 4 paws, but leaves footprints from only 3. James walks around the castle and gets lost in the garden maze. But in a while, he arrives at the front doors. Can you guess which way brought James here? Here's the only way to cross the maze. Unfortunately, the doors are locked. James needs to enter a 4-digit code. Can you find any clues? Take a closer look at the door. There are 4 stars painted on it. The first one has 5 rays, the second has 4 rays, the third one, 9, and finally, the fourth one has 7 rays. Therefore, the correct code is 5497. James enters the castle. It's very dark. Suddenly, someone grabs his camera and runs away to the library. James follows the thief. In the library, he faces a werewolf, a vampire, and a lady ghost. James questions them all. The werewolf says, "I only come here for magic books to find a way to become human again. I'm not involved in the robbery." The lady ghost says, "Someone spilled cherry juice on my favorite dress. I spent an hour in the bathroom trying to clean it. I didn't see anything suspicious." And the vampire says, "It's early evening now. I got up just a minute ago. Why would I need your camera anyway?" Who is lying? You cannot spill juice on a ghost. Therefore, she's lying. James enters another creepy room full of mirrors, but only one of them is fake. Can you help James find his real reflection? Only the second mirror shows the truth.
Oh, yeah.
James enters the toilet room, but all cabins are occupied. Can you spot a zombie among the visitors? The zombie is behind the left door. See the hands? They are greenish. Suddenly, James finds an invitation card for a party. The castle owner, Luna, is having a birthday. James enters the main hall and sees 7 pretty witches sitting by the table. All look very similar, but each witch is wearing an outfit of a different color. It's very hard to tell who's the birthday lady, but after a couple of seconds, James approaches one of the witches, shakes her hand, and says, "Thank you for inviting me over, Luna." How did he guess? Take a look at these gifts. Each witch brought a box wrapped in the color of her outfit, but the green box is absent because Luna is wearing the green dress. Luna leads James to a company of 4 ghosts and says, "Welcome, stranger. Meet my granny." Can you help James find out Luna's actual grandmother? It's the third ghost. She's wearing the same brooch as Luna. One of the witches, Zelda, likes James and wants to impress him. She shows him some pictures of her fabulous vacation, but James spots fake right away. How? Take a look at the angle of the shadows in this picture. It's obvious that Zelda has photoshopped herself over this fancy beach view. In the middle of the party, Luna gets a message from her boyfriend, Carl. He lives alone only 20 minutes away from the castle. Here's what he sends. "Sorry for being late, honey. I'm still working." Luna yells, "Liar!" and blocks him. Why? It's because of his selfie. There's a lipstick mark on the glass in the kitchen. Luna breaks up with Carl and uses a magic spell to teleport 3 handsome wizards to her dinner. When they arrive, Luna asks them just one question. "Do you guys have a girlfriend?" Magnus replies, "Lady, I work around the clock. I'm too busy for romance." Tristan says, "Oh no, I've never had any serious relationships." Ambrose replies, "Nah, I'm too picky. I'm still searching for the one." 2 guys are lying. Can you guess who? Magnus. There's a romantic tattoo with a female name on his chest. And Tristan. He has a tan line around his ring finger. Therefore, he had been wearing a wedding ring. James goes to the kitchen to help Luna with coffee. He spots 3 odd things right away. Can you see them too? The candle flame painted on the canvas is moving. There's a zombie hiding on the shelf behind the jars. And also Luna puts salt in the coffee pot. Luna comes back to the hall and sees that someone had scratched her favorite oil painting on the wall. She interrogates 4 suspects among her guests. Magnus says, "Whoa, I haven't even noticed the painting." Sophia says, "Sorry, I was having a phone call." Zelda says, "No worries, honey. I can paint you a new one better than this." And Glinda says, "I was in the bathroom. I don't know who ruined the painting. Who is guilty?" Glinda. Her nail polish has the same color as the scratches on the painting. Luna takes James to the garden and turns him into stone. Can you find the enchanted James among these 3 statues? There shouldn't be any grass under a real statue. Meanwhile, James has only been a stone for a few minutes. Therefore, we need to choose the only statue with grass underneath. James asks Luna to let him go. She says, "Okay, but first, you should crack my riddle. If I had 3 watermelons and 4 oranges in one hand, and 4 watermelons and 3 oranges in the other hand, what would I have?" Can you help James figure it out? To solve this riddle, we need to think literally. The correct answer is, she would have very large hands. James wakes up in a dusty basement. He wanders around and finds 3 doors, but each way is guarded by a creepy magical creature. A hungry vampire is hiding behind the first door, and a fire-breathing dragon is waiting behind the second door. And there's a giant mutant rat behind the third door. Can you help James choose the best option? James should choose the first door. Take a look at the window. It's already dawn, which means the vampire is sleeping.
Daisy returned home and noticed that someone had broken into her apartment and stolen her diamond necklace. The police arrive and question 3 neighbors. Greg was painting his ceiling. He was wearing headphones, so he couldn't hear anything. Bianca was hiking with her bestie all day long. They've just returned home. Glenda only went out once to walk her dog. She thinks she heard some weird noises from Daisy's apartment. Who's lying? Greg, take a look at his ceiling. Does it look freshly painted? Busted. Daisy works as a manager at the local circus. Her task is to prepare their new location for future performances. She arrives at the spot, takes a look at the stage, and freaks out. Why? Take a closer look at the sign. It says citrus instead of circus. Daisy goes to her favorite cafe to have lunch. There, she sees these 3 people. One of them was poisoned. Can you guess who? The third guy didn't even touch his cappuccino. He must be just sleeping. The second lady is awake. She has some cappuccino mustache, nothing criminal. But take a look at the first guy. He's wearing glasses, so we can't say for sure whether he's awake or not. Meanwhile, his phone is ringing in his pocket, but he shows no reaction at all. That's suspicious. So he's the poisoned one. After lunch, Daisy enters one of the dressing rooms and finds their star, Clown Roger, unconscious on the floor. Daisy calls the police. They arrive very quickly and question 3 witnesses. Bob says he was just walking by. He has never seen this clown before. Mia says that she's a huge fan of Clown Roger, and she's very sorry. And Nick says that he's just a handyman. The circus hired him to fix problems with electricity. Who's lying? Bob. He said he had never seen this actor, but he's wearing a t-shirt which has a print of Clown Roger's face. So Bob must be his crazy fan. Daisy visits another star of the circus, Dave. He's a talented acrobat. Dave has just received a mysterious basket of candies with a letter. The sender is unknown. The letter says, "Dear Dave, thank you very much for your talent. I really like you. Let's go out sometime. Best wishes." There's no name on the letter. Dave has no clue who it could be from. Luckily, there's a short little riddle. 3rd of August, 4th of February, 2nd of May, 3rd of December, and 6th of October. Can you help him crack the code? The 3rd of August means the third letter in the word August, which is G. The fourth letter of February is R. The second letter of May is A, and so on. So the name of Dave's secret admirer is Grace. The circus company throws a corporate party. They ask all employees to wear some Halloween costumes. So Daisy heads to the shopping mall to get herself one. But they only have 3 options to choose from: a witch outfit, a mermaid costume, and a vampire costume. Can you help her make the best choice? Take a closer look at the witchy costume. This tag says it's made out of paper, so it's a bad idea to wear it at a party. As for the mermaid costume, the tail is torn at the back. So, Daisy should pick the vampire outfit. Daisy arrives at the party. Everyone's dancing in their Halloween costumes. But one of these 4 people is a real vampire. Can you guess who? Let's see. The guy on the left is drinking something red, but he has a shadow, so he can't be a real vampire. The second lady looks pretty creepy, but if you look closely at the mirror on the wall, you'll see her reflection, so we can exclude her. We can also see the reflection of the fourth guy in the mirror. Only one lady is left, so she must be the real vampire. Daisy's town has an old haunted museum. Daisy and her friends decide to spend Halloween night inside the museum to have some spooky time. As the clock strikes midnight, the portraits hanging on the walls of the museum come to life. A portrait of a lady starts screaming for some help. She tells Daisy that the former employees dared to make a fake version of her portrait, and she wants Daisy to destroy it. But Daisy takes a look at the fake portrait and spots 3 differences from the original. She assures the lady that it can't hold a candle to the original. Can you spot them too? The lipstick color, the pendant, and the ribbon on her hair are all different. Then Daisy goes to the cafeteria to grab some snacks. There are 3 options only. Which one should she choose? Take a look at the date that's written on the potato chips bag. According to it, the chips expired in 1924, so that's a pass. The small note below the ice cream says it's earwax flavored. Nobody wants to taste that. So Daisy should pick the popcorn. Daisy keeps on walking and comes across a building. There are 2 ladies in 2 different apartment windows. Both seem to be busy with household duties, but one of them is dangerous. Can you guess who? The second lady is just getting rid of pests. There's nobody in the room and she's wearing a mask. But take a look at the lady on the left. There's an open bleach bottle next to the food she's cooking. Ew, no thank you. Daisy keeps on walking and faces something curious. It's a 5-letter word that is under you. If you remove its first letter, then it's over you. If you remove its first and second letters, it's all around you. What is it? It's just a chair. The next morning, Daisy arrives at the circus. She finds out that Dave was kidnapped by a mad scientist. He locked Dave in his lab in one room and put a zombie in another room. Daisy arrives at the lab to rescue Dave. She sees these two doors with two signs. Only one of them tells the truth, and another one lies. The sign on the first door says, "Dave is here and the zombie is in the next room." And the sign on the second door says, "The zombie is in one room and Dave is in the other." So, where's Dave? Dave is in the second room. If door 1 tells the truth, then door 2 is true too. This is contrary to the terms of the game. Daisy rescues Dave. They escape through a long corridor together. Soon the corridor splits into 3 tunnels. They are signed West, East, and South. The pair also see some weird inscriptions on the wall. Which corridor should they choose? Daisy and Dave should tilt their heads and look at the inscription upside down. This way, it reads South. The guys keep on walking and find a door. But it's locked. They need to enter a 4-digit password. Luckily, there's a hint nearby. It's a note that has 4 images. Can you help Daisy and Dave crack the code? Each digit corresponds to the number of colors of the objects. This clover only has 1 color. The Santa hat has 2, the banana has 1, and finally the rainbow has 7. So the code is 1217. Daisy and Dave open the door and escape from the lab. They find themselves in the middle of an island. The guys hit the road and drive to the pier, where they face these 3 bridges leading to the mainland. Sharp rocks and glass cover the first bridge. The second one is swarming with venomous snakes. Hot orange lava is boiling on the third road. Which route should they choose? They're driving an open-top car, so it's dangerous to choose the snakes. The first bridge will destroy their tires, so they should pick the third route. The ocean will soon cool the lava down and turn it into stone.
Ava got into a serious accident during the weekend. She got a concussion and broke her leg. Still, the very next day, one of her friends saw her riding a bicycle in the park, and she looked fine. How is that possible? Look, the girl who got into the car accident has a tattoo on her ankle. The girl on the bike doesn't. The girl who was riding the bike was Ava's twin sister, Malva. A doctor rushed into the emergency room and saw there were 2 patients waiting for urgent treatment. The man on the left was a tech millionaire, and the lady on the right was a grandmother to 5 children. He needed to think fast who he would save. Who should he choose? He should choose the grandmother. The man on the left has a phone next to him. He could call someone else for help. 3 scientists went to research in the Amazon forest. Bianca had some trouble with the harsh weather, but felt it was worth it in the end. Pablo had a great time photographing the wildlife for his social media page, and Helena got to study a rare species of carnivorous plant. On the last day of their trip, passing through airport security, one of them got caught trying to take something in their backpack. Take a look at the picture. Can you tell who it was? Well, it's illegal to take seeds and plants with you, and Helena had a carnivorous plant in her backpack. Yikes! Mia went to Rome for summer vacation. She was wandering through the streets when she saw an artist's easel was knocked over. He said he had stepped away for 1 second and the tragedy happened. Mia decided to help him solve the case and interviewed a few people. Marco said that he'd been taking photos nearby. Harry said he'd been juggling for a big crowd a few meters away. Josie said that she'd come by just to buy a painting from the artist. And Leo said he had been enjoying gelato at a cafe nearby. Can you help Mia figure this one out? Well, look at Harry's backpack. There are some art supplies sticking out of it. He must have created a distraction to steal it. Yikes! Barbara invited her colleague Sabrina for lunch at her place. Sabrina was surprised she thought Barbara didn't like her. But Barbara went all in for their lunch. She even cooked delicious tuna. She split the fish in half and each of the ladies ate their portion. A few hours after lunch, Sabrina ended up in the hospital with severe food poisoning. After a thorough investigation, the police popped over at Barbara's house and arrested her. But how was this possible? Take a look at the knife Barbara used to prepare the meal. It had a bit of poison on one side. Certainly the side that she gave Barbara to eat. Oh my. You meet a friend for coffee, and she says she will only spill the tea on her latest secret if you can guess her riddle. She says, 5 costs $25, 25 costs $50. If you buy 255, you pay $75. What is it that you're buying, and how much does one item cost? You're buying door numbers, and each number costs $25. It took a decade for Professor Evans' archaeological mission to find a priceless artifact. The professor stored it safely in a vault. The team celebrated the win with a bonfire and went to sleep. The next morning, the artifact was gone. Professor Evans decided to investigate the robbery herself. Jack said he spent the last 2 hours cataloging the pottery they had found earlier. Olivia claimed she spent the last few hours in the rest area getting some sleep. Mark mentioned he'd been repairing the digger all morning. Professor Evans immediately figured out who took the artifact. Can you figure it out too? It was Mark. He claimed he spent the entire morning fixing the digger. But take a look at his hands. They should be dirty from the repairs. A car crashed into a restaurant window and drove straight inside. The owner was horrified and called the cops to investigate. There were 2 main suspects, Julia and Bernard. Each of them claims it was the other person who is the culprit. Take a look at the image. Can you figure out who's lying? It's Julia. If you pay attention to the tire tracks, you'll see that they're the same pattern as Julia's tires. She's the one who did it. Take a look at this picture. Can you guess who is more reckless? Let's see. On the first pic, we see a little kid on the beach playing near the water. His super muscular dad is in the background talking to a couple of women. In the second pic, the little kid is playing catch with a not-so-friendly dog. But hey, his dad in the background is paying close attention. It's safe to say the dad on the first pic is more reckless. You are in Greece, exploring some of the country's ancient ruins. You get lost from your group and find the entrance to a hidden cave. You come across a mysterious chamber with 4 massive doors, each with a unique symbol. Beside it, there is an ancient scroll. When you open it, you find a message that tells you to trust that your mind knows the fleeting nature of time. The first door carries the symbol of a shield. The second door has a crown. The third door features a pair of wings, and the fourth door has an hourglass on it. Which door will lead you to the treasure? The fourth door, the one with the hourglass. The clue was in the last phrase, the fleeting nature of time. It's the hourglass. You walk into a diner and there are 2 very suspicious clients indoors. And one of them is actually a criminal. Who is it? Let's have a look. The first guy looks suspicious, especially since he's holding a defensive device. The second girl looks more innocent. She's just sitting holding a knife and cutting her salad with it. But hey, she's the guilty one. That huge knife is too big for cutting a salad, and it's got a red stain on it. Sarah was invited for a brunch with her new colleagues from work. She recently started working at a tech company. She arrived at the restaurant but didn't see any of her colleagues. Instead, she saw a weird-looking robot. How could she tell that it was really a robot? I know it looks like a person, but hey, look at her wrists. She has USB entrances on both of them. It must have been one of the pranks her colleagues decided to play on her. Maeve quit her job and decided to travel the world. Her first destination was Paris. She didn't know anything or anyone over there, so she arrived and looked for the first hostel she could find. But, oh no, she really shouldn't go inside this place. Take a look at the image. Can you figure out why? This hostel is haunted. There's the shadow of a ghost on the top window. I definitely wouldn't go in. One late summer evening, a thief broke into a renowned artist studio and stole a rare painting. He didn't manage to get too far though, because a security patrol passed by while he was escaping. The thief stashed the painting under a thick bush and hid behind a nearby wall. The artist was quick to notice they had been stolen and called Detective Summer for help. The detective soon gathered 2 suspects. Take a look at the picture. Which guy did it? If you crawl through a bush with bare arms, they will most likely get scratched. Take a look at that second guy's arms. They're covered in scratches. He must be the culprit. Richard Brooks, a famous jeweler, called the detective's office saying he had just been robbed.
I spent the entire morning showing diamond rings to a few people. A gentleman in a suit, a woman with her son, and a couple. When I looked down to grab the store's most expensive ring, I felt somebody hit me on the head. I fell forward, and when I woke up, everybody was gone,
Brooks told the detective. The detective asked to take a look at the security cameras, and in a few minutes, he figured out who had robbed it. Take a look at the image. Can you tell who did it? If you look closely, you'll see that the woman that was in the store with her son is carrying a teddy bear. But look at that bear's eye. It's bright like a diamond. She must have stolen it. Amy lives in a cozy townhouse with 3 roomies, Jill, Alice, and Nora. Take a look at these 4 bedrooms. Can you tell which one belongs to Amy? Let's go one by one, Sherlock. In the first room, there's a comb with some green hair stuck to it. Nora's the one with green hair, so that must be her room. Then in the room to the right, there's a single red sock under the bed. Take a look at Jill's feet. She's missing that same sock. That must be her room. In the room right under this, there's a yellow jacket hanging on the chair. And Alice is wearing the same colored pants. It looks like the 2 pieces are a suit, huh? This leaves the last room, with a huge letter A poster hanging on the wall. That must be Amy's room. Phew, that took some work. Bobby entered a coffee shop excited to drink his daily cappuccino. But when he went to pay, he realized he had forgotten his wallet. The barista, instead of getting mad at him, suggested another way out. If Bobby could win his game, he would give Bobby the cappuccino for free. Bobby agreed. Okay, I'm going to tell you 3 facts about myself, and you have to figure out which one is false, the barista said. Here are the facts. I have 3 brothers. I hate the color red. I have a PhD in philosophy. Can you help Bobby out? Which fact do you think is false? It's the second one. Look at how many red things the barista owns. His cell phone case, the belt he's wearing, and his hat. Kevin had to travel to Los Angeles on business. He checked into his hotel and went out for the series of meetings he had during the day. After a long day of work, he came back to the hotel exhausted. He ordered some room service and fell asleep binge-watching his favorite TV show. But in the middle of the night, he was woken up and kept turning and tossing around in his bed. That's when he picked up the phone, made a call, didn't say anything, then finally fell back asleep. Who did Kevin call and why? That's easy. He called the room next to his. His neighbor's snoring was through the roof, so it woke Kevin up. When he called his next-door neighbor, it woke him up, and Kevin didn't need to say anything. The neighbor stopped snoring, and Kevin was finally able to sleep. Will and Frank went hiking on their summer vacation. They walked for hours before finding the perfect spot to set camp, in the middle of a deserted island. The next morning, they thought it would be safe enough to leave their things unattended and went for a short walk around the island. When they came back, their stuff was scattered everywhere, and some of their things were missing. Take a look at the picture. Can you tell who stole their things? Nobody. Look at how that palm tree is swinging. A storm is clearly coming and the wind got pretty harsh. So it was probably just the strength of the wind that scattered all their stuff around. And some of it might have gotten into the ocean. Yikes! You wake up and find yourself trapped in a room with 4 doors in front of you. When you hear a monster coming, you're sure you're running out of time, so you check the doors quickly. The leftmost door has a sign on it saying, "Take the door on the right to break free." The second door has a sign saying, "It's the right door." The third door holds the sign, "Freedom is just right in front of you." And the last door has a sign saying, "Don't trust the signs." Which door should you choose? Well, there's a little bit of wordplay here. Let's see why. The first door says to take the door on the right. The second one says it's the right door. It doesn't say that it's the correct door, so one could conclude that it's pointing to some of the doors on the right. The third door says freedom is just right in front of you. But that just doesn't make any sense, does it? you can interpret that as it's pointing to the door just on your right. And that's it. It's the last door. It tells you not to trust the other signs, but it doesn't tell you that they're false, does it? Someone stole a rare diamond from Mrs. Monica Fraser's house. Mrs. Fraser claims she walked into her bedroom and found that the glass box was broken and her diamond was gone. She called Detective Brian, who soon arrived at her place. He gathered 3 suspects. Steve, the gardener, said he was on holiday that week, so he wasn't anywhere near the house when it happened. Sophia, her cousin, said she didn't even know Monica had a diamond hidden in her house. And Adeline, the cleaner, said that when she cleaned the house around 10 p.m. the previous night, everything seemed all right. Take a look at the suspects. Can you tell who stole the diamond? It was Adeline, the cleaning lady. It seems that right after she broke the glass and stole the jewelry, she also wiped off the pieces of glass while cleaning as well. It was a lazy Sunday morning, and John was having breakfast in the kitchen. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise of glass shattering. He walked into the living room and saw that someone had just broken one of his windows. He was mad and decided to go outside to see if he could find the culprit. There were only 3 people in the street. Jake, a young boy, was coming home from football practice. He was holding a ball in his hands, but he swears he didn't do anything. Stephen, John's longtime friend, was carrying a toolbox and said he'd just decided to go over there to fix John's window. Robert, the newspaper guy, was riding his bike and throwing newspapers at people's front lawns. After interviewing them all, John knew who had done it. It was Robert. If you look at the lawn, the newspaper is lying on the grass beneath the window. He threw the newspaper towards the mailbox but missed it and hit John's window. Whoops! It's best John just laughs about this, huh? Becca and Tom are a couple, and they decided to spend their Saturday afternoon enjoying New York's good summer weather. One of them rented a scooter from Brown's Scooters and needed to pay for their ride. The owner of the scooter company came to charge the user the $15 they owed. Both Becca and Tom, who were sitting on a park bench at that moment, were arguing over who should pay for the scooter ride. Becca said that Tom was the one who wrote it, so he should pay for it. But Tom said it was Becca that wrote it, and she should pay for it. Can you tell who's lying? Becca is lying. Take a close look at Becca's footprints. They lead directly to the scooter.
Hannah runs a dance show. She arrived in Finland with the 3 best dancers to perform during the winter holidays. On the first day of the trip, Hannah started to feel really bad and was taken to the doctor. After examining Hannah, the doctor claimed that someone had poisoned the girl. Hannah's manager flew in to interrogate each one of the dancers and find out if they'd had anything to do with what happened to Hannah. Kira said that she and the other girls had left the hotel early in the morning to explore the city. She also mentioned that Hannah had stayed behind to do a conference call in her room. Pam said she had spent the afternoon swimming at the beach, and that when she returned, she noticed Hannah was looking pretty bad. April said she decided to go to the museum all by herself since the other girls didn't want to join her. Hannah's manager noticed the girls' testimonies didn't match, and that it was definitely one of them who'd done it. Can you guess who is the culprit? It was Pam.
Oh, no.
She mentioned she'd gone to the beach, but it's wintertime in Finland. The water is freezing and mainly frozen this time of the year. She should have worked better on her alibi.
Oh no!
Hannah's manager called the police, and they arrested Pam. Kira and April felt bad for their friend, but they still had to put on a show, and now they were a dancer short. The girls decided to look online for a new dancer. They found 3 girls who might do a good job at replacing Pam. Deborah, Lily, and Sally. One of the girls is a perfect match for the trio. Can you guess who? It's Sally. Both of the other profiles are fake. If you look closely at Deborah's picture, you'll see that the shadow on the back is not hers. It's definitely photoshopped. And look at Lily's birthday information. If that were true, she wouldn't have been born yet. Keith was a singer, and he was going to perform at Bath's House of Performing Arts. He was taking all of his equipment backstage to get ready for a sound check when a police officer ran into the room. The officer said that one of the actors from that night's show was a runaway criminal. There were 4 actors playing Santa Claus, but one of them was a fake. Take a look at their bags. Can you figure out who the criminal is? It's the owner of the 3rd bag. Santa never shaves off his beard, and that guy is carrying shaving cream. He must be the runaway. Becky just bought new augmented reality goggles. She decided to play one of the games available, and this picture popped up right in front of her. These 3 people sure are in some bizarre situations, but which one doesn't make any sense? The man on the left is walking on lava. Sure, someone can do that, although it won't last for too long without the right kind of shoes. The man on the right is walking on desert sand, which is fully normal. But the woman in the middle looks like she is walking on burning water. That definitely doesn't make any sense. Felicity was 10 weeks pregnant when she decided to try a new doctor in town. The doctor did an ultrasound of her belly and gladly said, "Ah, it's a boy." Felicity looked confused and said, "No, I'm pretty sure I'm having twins." The doctor was the one that looked confused after Felicity's answer. Take a look at both women. Can you tell who's right? Felicity is right. I mean, take a look at this doctor. She isn't even a real doctor in the first place. She's not wearing proper medical attire, and she doesn't look like she knows what she is doing. Alex watched one too many Indiana Jones movies and decided to go to Egypt to explore ancient monuments. He spent days and days walking underground to try to find something valuable. One morning, when exploring a crypt, he ran into a huge wall full of symbols. Among the symbols, there was an encrypted message. It went like this: sun plus sun equals sign, moon plus moon equals sign, wave plus wave equals sign. Can you help Alex figure out the encoded message? This is not an easy one, but here's how it works. Sun has 3 letters, moon has 4 letters, and waves has 5 letters. So the encrypted message is the number sequence. 6, 8, 10. Way to go, you. Take a good look at this image. Can you tell who is smarter? Let's see. There's a part of the house on fire, so ice would be a bad way to try to extinguish it. You would have to wait for the ice to melt into water. But during that time, the fire just grows. Liquid water is the best medium for rapid extinguishment, so the person on the right looks like they know what they are doing. Aura had been searching for the entrance to Bythia, a hidden city inside a mountain, for ages. She searched the 7 seas and the 7 lands until she finally found a hidden door, guarded by 3 ancient creatures. She asked them if this was the entrance to Bythia, but they wouldn't say a word. Finally, the wise owl said she had to give a correct answer to a riddle from each creature, and only then they would tell her about Bythia. The wise owl said, I have branches, yet I'm not a tree. I have a bank, yet I hold no money. What am I? Can you help Aura out? The correct answer is a river. A river has branches that flow into different streams, and the sides of the river are called riverbanks. The fox was up next, and his riddle said, I have a bed, yet I don't sleep. I have a mouth, yet don't eat. What am I? Aura took a while to figure this one out, but she got it right. Can you guess what she said? It's an oven, duh. Pretty obvious now that you think of it. Up next was the deer. He said, I have a face, yet no eyes to see. I have a tail, yet no ability to wag. What am I? Do you know how to answer this one? It's a clock. A clock has a face with numbers but no eyes. And it has a tail that we call a pendulum, but it doesn't wag like an animal's tail. The wise owl opened the door and showed Aura that there were 3 pathways leading to Bethia. She should choose the correct one, otherwise she would get stuck in this in-between place forever and would never be able to get out. Take a look at the pathways. Which one should Aura choose to complete her journey? The first pathway looks like it has some poisonous flowers. The air looks like it's filled with their poisoned pollen, so that wouldn't be a nice one to go. The second pathway has dozens of angry-looking stags that could harm Aura, and the last one has a big lake that leads into a trail. She should go with the last one. On a rainy Saturday night, John and Katie decided to stay in, order pizza, and watch the Riddle channel on their TV. On the screen, they saw a man hanging for his life on the branch of a tree. He was surrounded by angry people. Down below, there were a group of guys with huge bats waiting for him to let go of the branch, and above him was an angry guy on a helicopter ready to grab him. Is there any way the guy can escape this trap? He should throw the bat that's in his pocket to the floor, aiming at the group below him. Hopefully, it would hit the guys below on the head, so he could let go of the branch and run as fast as he could into that nearby tunnel. This way, he'd escape the helicopter dude as well.
Autumn is an archaeologist exploring an ancient cave. After a month down there, she found a hidden place with 3 chests. One of them had gold in it. But if the woman picked the wrong chest, she'd get locked in the cave forever.
Uh-oh.
The note on the first chest said, the gold isn't in chest 2. The second note said, the gold is in chest 1 or 3. And the last one said, the gold isn't here. Which chest should she open? If the gold isn't in the second chest, it must be in the first or the third one. But the note on the third chest claims the gold isn't there, so it must be in the first chest. Ben works at a VIP club. His job is to not let any young or suspicious people in. Every day, some visitors with fake IDs try to sneak in, and Ben has to detect which documents are fake. Here are some IDs. Your task is to help Ben decide if people they belong to can enter. Here, look at this one. What will you say? It seems like she was born on the 28th of the 13th month. This ID doesn't look real. Great, another one for you. Should Ben let this guy in? This person is supposed to be 46 years old, But in this photo, he looks like a teenager. I think Ben shouldn't let him in. This is suspicious. What can you say this time? In or out? This ID seems real. I think it's safe to let her in. Another person, another decision. Does anything bother you here? Nope, he seems fine to me. One more to go. Should Ben let her in? Look at her address. Canada, USA? This is weird. I bet it's a fake ID. So I'd say nope. Mason went to visit his grandma, who lived in a different part of his neighborhood. While he was in her house, his bike got stolen. Mason called the police. He said that he'd seen the bike had been taken by Mr. Jones. It was the neighbor the guy had always been arguing with. Mason and a detective came to visit Mr. Jones. The police officer asked if the man had stolen the bike. Mr. Jones denied doing it, saying he'd just finished painting his fence. The detective believed him. Why? His story seems true. There's fresh paint on the grass by the fence, which proves that Mr. Jones indeed painted it just recently. When Quinn returned home after walking her dog, she found out someone had stolen her favorite bracelet from her room.
Oh no!
Her sister, Belle, also liked it. So Quinn went to find her and asked if she had taken the accessory. The girl ran into Belle as she was leaving the bathroom. Belle denied taking the bracelet, saying that she'd been in the shower this whole time. She didn't even have time to enter her sister's room. Quinn sneaked a peek into the bathroom and realized Belle was lying about taking a shower. How did she understand it? If Belle had really taken a shower, the bathroom mirror would be foggy, but look, it's absolutely clear. The city's richest lady, Mrs. Anderson, came to watch a football game. She was sitting on the best seat in the first row. In the middle of the game, she noticed that someone had stolen her diamond necklace. Luckily, a detective was sitting right next to her. He started to observe people around. One person became his main suspect. And who do you suspect? Look, there's a guy dressed as a football player with the number 7 on his back. But as you can see, number 7 is playing the game. Someone must have dressed as a player to blend in. Evie was living with her partner. She didn't want to tell her parents about her relationship yet, so she kept it a secret. Once, her mother came from another city to visit Evie. The girl's partner was on a business trip at that time, so she decided to pretend that she lived alone. And still, her mother could tell that Evie was dating someone. How did she figure it out? There are 2 toothbrushes in the bathroom. One of them is likely to belong to someone else. Alice and Dakota work in the city's animal shelter on the weekends. Alice walks the dog and Dakota feeds the cats. Who does something wrong? Dakota. She gives the cats dog food. Sophie and Ever are having a picnic in the park. Sophie is talking to her brother on the phone, and Ever is eating berries from a bush. Who is not smart? Ever. There is a warning sign saying the berries are poisonous. A family is working in the backyard. Atlas is mowing the lawn, and Cassidy is watering the flowers. Can you tell who is doing something wrong? Atlas. It seems that his lawnmower doesn't work properly because the grass doesn't get cut. Tatum woke up in a hospital. 2 men came to visit her. Both of them claimed to be her doctor. Can you tell who the real doctor is? Look, this man's name tag says Olivia, which means the real doctor is on the right, and the one on the left must have stolen someone else's uniform. Two students, Elsa and Isla, are spending the afternoon in the park. Elsa is having lunch sitting on the grass, and Isla is reading on a bench. Who is less smart? Isla, the bench has a sign, wet paint. Mrs. Evans came to a cafe to have lunch and saw her daughter Scarlett sitting at one of the tables. She came up to her and asked the girl why she wasn't at school. Scarlett said that her last class had finished a bit earlier and that she came here just a couple of minutes ago to get an iced coffee. She promised to be gone in 5 minutes. Still, her mother didn't believe her and grounded Scarlett for missing school. Why? The ice in Scarlett's coffee had already melted. This means that she'd been here for a while, way longer than she claims. Melanie was having her written economics exam. One of the questions she had to answer was, what is the risk? She answered the question with just one word, but still got the highest mark. What was the word she wrote? She must have written the word this. Look at these two people very attentively. Which of them is in greater danger? The girl is in danger, while the guy is totally safe. Take a closer look at the snake. It's actually a toy with a price tag on it. Now these two girls both look pretty well off, but one of them is actually poor. Can you figure out which one it is? It's the girl on the right. Her t-shirt is a knockoff. She must be poor. These two men seem to have a serious disagreement, while the girl can only watch their argument in despair. But the question is, which man is her father? It's the man on the left. Have you noticed that they have the same freckles on their shoulders? All these men look extremely poor, but one of them is actually a millionaire in disguise. Can you spot him? It's the man in the middle. He's wearing a fancy wristwatch under the coat. One of these guys broke the window, but neither of them wants to admit he's guilty. Can you help the professor figure out the culprit? It's the guy on the right. He lost his shoe doing it. A whole drama is unfolding in this classroom, but see that spilled juice? You gotta figure out who it belongs to. The guy who's feeling unwell has his own juice. Have you spotted it sticking out of his pocket? The girl also has her own drink, water in a bottle. It means the boy on the left spilled his juice. Which of these people is just pretending to be a woman? Do you know who it is? The person in the middle is a man. He's holding his hat instead of the skirt, like a woman would do. One of these girls is so jealous that she's ruined the prom queen's dress. Which of these two is guilty? An obvious answer would be the girl on the left, but have you paid attention to the fingers of the girl on the right? They're stained red. She's most likely the culprit. Karen came home from work and, instead of her only daughter, found two similar girls. Both of them claim to be her real daughter, but one must be fake. Which one? It's the girl on the right. She has 3 hands, see? Weird and creepy. Help the detective figure out which of these police officers is fake. The blonde woman on the left is a fake police officer. Look at her badge. It's different from the others. One of these students broke a school window, but the teacher can't figure out which of them is guilty. Can you help her? There's a baseball in the bushes right there on the left. It means the baseball player must have broken the window. A wealthy man didn't come back home after a jog. The police questioned the maid, the wife, and the driver. The maid said she'd started preparing breakfast when the man left. The wife saw her husband in the morning, but they just greeted each other, and she went to work. The driver told the police he'd been waiting for his boss in the car, looking through his social media. Who's lying? The maid. If she'd cut the apples for breakfast some hours ago, they'd have turned brown by now. Now look at this poor guy. Someone pulled a paint bucket prank on him. Examine his colleagues and try to figure out who it was. It was definitely this guy on the left. Look at his pants. There are paint stains there. Now, look at these travelers and their bags very attentively. Can you spot a smuggler? Why would a blind person need a flashlight in his luggage? That's suspicious. He must be the criminal we're looking for. A restaurant owner called the police. Someone had attacked his chef. Police officers questioned 3 people who'd been in the staff area during the accident. The first cook was cutting onions when the chef was hurt. Tears had blurred his vision and he didn't see anything. The second cook was peeling prawns when the accident happened. He was listening to music through his earphones and didn't hear anything. The waitress claimed she'd been serving lemonade outside. Who's lying? The second cook. There can't be prawns in a vegan restaurant. Can you figure out which of these people is poor? Pay attention to the guy with an iPhone. The apple on the back is whole, which means the phone is fake. You wake up in a room with 3 doors. Someone starts knocking on each of them. You sneak a peek through the peephole. Behind each door, there's a police officer. Which door is safe to open? You can open the third door without any worries. The first man doesn't show his badge and has a knife under his belt. The second man has weird stars on his uniform. The third police officer is the only one with identical stars on his hat and badge and without any hidden weapon. The police were informed that a wanted criminal, Carl Walker, was going to arrive in the country. The man was supposed to come by plane. Unfortunately, the police knew very little about him. He was short, wore glasses, and traveled under a false name. A few police officers went to the airport. They detained 4 people fitting the description: Mr. Lewis, Mr. Relkaw, Mr. Taylor, and Mr. Wilson. Who is the criminal? It's Mr. Relkaw. His last name is actually the criminal's last name, Walker, but with its letters mixed. You're in a room with no doors or windows, and it starts filling with water. You can't find any way to turn it off. Help is on the way, but it's at least 5 minutes until their arrival. You only have 2 minutes. After that, the entire room will be flooded. You've got a straw, a rope, or an empty bucket. Which object can save your life? The bucket. Put it on your head, creating an air pocket. You'll be able to breathe for a couple of minutes. You're stuck on a deserted island. Suddenly, you see a ship. What can you use to communicate with it? A smartphone, a box of matches, a megaphone, or a telescope? A smartphone is useless on a deserted island, no signal. A telescope won't help you communicate with the ship. The capacity of a megaphone is too small for your screams to reach the vessel. You gotta use the matchsticks to start a fire. Fire and smoke indicate an emergency, and people on the ship are more likely to see it. On a rainy evening, Megan came home and found that someone had eaten her chocolate bar. She questioned her sisters. Maria said she'd been working in her room and hadn't left the whole day. Amelia said she'd never eat someone else's chocolate. And Emma said she'd been outside watering plants in the garden. She'd just come home herself. Help Megan find out the truth. It must be Emma. Why would she need to water the plants outside if it's raining? You were taken away by a scientist who wants to test his new protective cream. After covering you with it, he tells you to jump into one of 3 containers. The first one is filled with radioactive waste. In the second container, there's an acid that can even eat through metal. And the third one's filled with lava from a volcano that erupted a year ago. Which container should you choose? Pick the container with the lava. If the volcano erupted a year ago, the lava must already be solid. Mark was going home one evening when a large cat jumped out of the bushes right in front of him. The creature had large fangs and sharp claws and was about to pounce on Mark. The guy only had his phone, a handkerchief, and a bottle of water. And still, he came out of this situation unscathed. How did he scare away the cat? Cats aren't huge fans of water, so Mark just poured some water on the feline.
So, you love riddles? Well, here's a treat for you. Some of these puzzles are sneaky, some are fun, and all of them will keep you guessing. Think fast and enjoy. Lisa and Shannon are friends and neighbors. They've agreed to go out tonight, and each of them is preparing in her bathroom. One of the girls is single, and the other one is in a happy relationship. Can you guess who's single? Although both of them have only one towel, one toothbrush, and one bottle of perfume, there's a little clue in Shannon's bathroom: a man's tie on a hook. So Lisa is single. Or at least Lisa's guy doesn't leave stuff behind. Steve and Ashley just got married and went on an exotic and luxurious honeymoon to the Bahamas. When they came back, they decided they didn't want to go back to work and kept traveling the world. Everywhere they went, they stayed only at the most expensive hotels and flew business class. They kept buying each other expensive gifts. After a year of living like this, they became millionaires. How is that possible? Well, when they started on this spending spree, they were billionaires, so they actually lost a lot of money. Louise doubts if her husband is loyal to her. She calls a private detective to see if she's right. The detective asks for some evidence, and she sends him a link to her husband's Instagram. There, he finds a carousel of photos from a party. After looking at the photos carefully, the detective says he is almost sure Louise is right. How did he guess? The man is wearing his t-shirt the proper way in the first 3 photos, but in the 4th one, it's inside out. Who knows what he was really doing at that party? It's 2 a.m. and Sally is waiting for her fiancé, Mike, at home. When she texts him, he sends her a photo and says she has nothing to worry about since he's out with the boys. Still, she decides to call off the wedding. Why? See that hand with perfectly long pink nails? Mike is definitely not out with the boys. There's at least one lady, and she's right next to him. Stephen called the police and told him his wife had gone out to walk their dog, Mr. Poppy, in the morning and disappeared. The police arrived at the house to find possible witnesses. The mailman told them he hadn't seen the woman or her dog for ages. The police instantly knew he was lying. How did they guess? His sleeve is a bit torn, and there's a dog bite on his arm. Plus, he's trying to hide the dog tag Mr. Poppy in his hand. The dog probably tried to protect his owner, so the mailman was up to no good. Lady Sunshine is a famous pop singer. She has many secrets, and all the tabloids are trying to find out at least something. She comes to a small restaurant for a date. There's no one but the waiters inside. 10 minutes later, a huge tabloid posts their photos. Who secretly took them? It's this girl on the right. You can see a wig and some men's clothes in her bag. She was pretending to be a waiter to get close to the celebrity. Mrs. Richardson and her husband got into a car accident. He lost control while driving, but managed to jump out of the car and wasn't hurt. But his wife got locked in and ended up in the water. She lost consciousness, and when she opened her eyes after a few minutes, her husband told her he had done everything to rescue her. She didn't believe him. Why? Mr. Richardson's clothes are completely dry, so he didn't even jump in the water to try to save her. Some other man, who's now all wet, saved her life. Jack collects rare antique items. He enters a small store and wants to buy a painting. The owner honestly tells him it's a copy of a famous artist's work, but he still decides to buy it and pays a lot of money for it. Why? He collects antique items, and that frame looks like it's really old and worth it. Ellie and Lena are best friends. They share everything, and even decide to get married on the same day. Ellie wants an elegant wedding with white and gold as theme colors and classical music. Lena decides to have a rock and roll ball, and the theme colors are black and red. They manage to do everything as they planned, and both of them are happy. How is it possible? Well, they decided to get married on the same day, but not the same year. A thief wants to break into an old widow's house. He watches her for a while and notices that she watches TV all day and she can't see the back door from the point where she sits. She can't hear him either. But once he gets inside the house, the lady immediately pushes the red button, and a private security team arrives and ties up the thief. How did she know he got in? The lady wasn't really watching TV, but a live feed from security cameras installed above all doors and windows. Generally boring entertainment, but occasionally very exciting. After taking a shower, Tyler realizes he's lost his wedding ring. Uh-oh, looks like it fell down the drain. When his wife comes back, he's afraid to tell her what happened, but she looks at her husband, asks him to turn around, and pulls the ring out of his hair. What happened, and how did she know the ring was there? So the ring must have gotten caught there while he was in the shower. There's a mirror behind Tyler. The wife noticed the ring in the reflection. Ethan invites everyone to his birthday party, including Sandy, the girl he has a crush on. Sandy didn't show up. She said that on Friday evening there was a power outage and she didn't have any internet or electricity for the whole weekend. That's why she couldn't charge her phone and call Ethan. She decided to stay home and spend both days in front of the computer, writing her midterm papers. Ethan knew she just didn't want to go. Why? A PC doesn't work without power, and a laptop wouldn't last for 2 days without charging. Someone stole rare and expensive jewelry from a famous actress's apartment. Her neighbor accidentally found the jewels in a trash container. The robber must have hidden them there. Then he disappeared into a dark alley. The police caught him and 2 other suspects. Who do you think the thief is here? Look at this guy's shoes. Some salad leaves and other trash have stuck to his sneaker. That's because he's been inside the trash container. Lucy, a rich heiress, got in an accident and lost her memory. 3 people came to visit her and claim that they love her the most. It's her best friend, her long-lost brother, and her aunt. Can you tell who really loves Lucy here? It's just one person. The girl must really be her best friend. Look, they have matching necklaces. Lucy says best, and the girls says friends. It was a rainy night, so Katie and her sister decided to stay at home and watch a movie together. There was a weather forecast after the movie. The lady said it'd keep raining for 2 more days, but in 72 hours it'd be bright and sunny. Katie looked at her sister and said that the weather lady was wrong. How did she know? In 72 hours, it would be the very same time as now. It can't be bright and sunny at night. Christina got sick and asked her boyfriend Nick to go and buy her favorite muffin. The lady who made it came to their town only once a month at midday. Nick forgot about her favor and missed the lady, but he didn't want to admit it and told Christina that all the muffins were sold out when he came. He sent her a picture to prove he was there, but once Christina saw it, she knew Nick was lying. How? The clock in the back clearly points to 5 o'clock. So, how many riddles did you solve? Feel free to brag in the comments below.
Felix goes for a walk. He's carrying a basket with 5 apples. Suddenly, he meets hungry monkeys. How can Felix divide 5 apples among 5 monkeys so that each of them gets an apple, but at the same time 1 apple remains in the basket? Felix doesn't need to cut any of the apples. Just let one of the monkeys eat the apple from the basket. Felix wants to give his mom the best birthday gift ever, but he has zero ideas. So, he decides to sneak into his mom's laptop and check what she'd saved in her online shopping cart. When she's at work, Felix turns on her computer, but it requires a password, and Felix doesn't know it. Luckily, there's a note right next to the computer saying 9869. He enters the code, but it doesn't work. What's the password? Felix should turn the paper upside down. The correct code is 6986. Felix decides to buy a vase for his mom. His friend Greg sells beautiful rare items. There are dozens of vases in his store. Felix arrives at the store and faces a scary scene. Greg's head is bandaged and his store is a mess. Greg says, "Some guys in masks ran into my store. They grabbed the money and the most expensive vases. Then they hit me on the head and I blacked out. The police are coming. I hope they'll find them." Felix immediately understands that Greg is lying to get the insurance money. How did he guess? Even though most of the vases are on the floor, they aren't even cracked. If the vases had fallen from the shelves during the robbery, they would have been shattered. Felix is watching a TV show. Two people participate in a contest. According to the rules, each person has to hold something. Finally, the jury announces the winner. It's the person with their hands and feet tied. How can this be possible? Simple. The participants had to hold their breath, and the tied person managed to hold it the longest. Felix is hanging out with his sisters and mom. They have 3 chocolate bars for 5 people. Felix has to share these bars in such a way that everyone gets the same amount of chocolate. Can you help him? Break each of the bars into 5 pieces. This way, everyone will get 3 pieces in total. A weird sound wakes Felix up in the middle of the night. He runs to the room where his 3 sisters sleep, but one of them is only pretending to be sleeping. Can you guess who? The third sister hid her dirty sneakers under the bed, and there are French fries under her pillow. She just returned home and made noise along the way. The next day, Felix goes to his favorite place for brunch. Luckily, it's happy hour time. They offer a 30% discount on all meals. Felix takes a bagel with salmon for $12, black coffee for $1, and a slice of chocolate cheesecake for $2. After the brunch, Felix leaves the restaurant and finds a $30 bill on the ground. How much money did Felix spend in total? Felix spent a total of $15. As for this $30 bill, it's fake. There are no such dollar banknotes, so his finding doesn't make any difference. Felix is attending his high school reunion. All of his friends seem to be doing well in life. Samantha is wearing expensive brands. Mia has a bunch of the latest smartphones. Jacob shows up in a fancy sports car. And Sean is wearing a luxurious gold watch on his wrist. Take a look at Felix's friends. Can you guess who's really rich? Samantha didn't take off the price tags from her clothes. so she's probably planning on returning them after the reunion. Mia's gadgets are fake. Take a look at the label, it's just a copy of the original brand. As for Sean's watch, it's way bigger than his wrist, so he probably borrowed it from someone else's hand. Therefore, Jacob is the richest person here. Felix is chilling by the pool with his friends. Can you find anything odd here? The weather is warm, but this tree is cold and covered with snow. Felix is having a business trip to Hong Kong. He arrives at the airport and meets two pretty ladies near his gate. One of them is a wanted criminal. Can you guess who? Take a look at the poster on the wall. The criminal has a neck tattoo. Although the first lady has a very similar hairstyle and makeup, her neck is clean and she doesn't hide it from the public eye. Meanwhile, the second lady wrapped a scarf around her neck, probably to hide her tattoo. Busted! Felix arrives in Hong Kong and checks into a cozy hotel. The manager warns him that someone has recently started to rob the hotel rooms every once in a while. The thief is super fast. The police couldn't catch him after another robbery. Felix decides to stay here anyway. He drops his stuff on the bed and goes to the shower. When Felix returns to his room, he sees that his wallet is missing. And the window is wide open. He spots the criminal entering a grocery store nearby. Felix rushes there and finds 3 suspects. Can you tell who the robber is? It's the lady in the middle. The first woman is wearing high heels, which means she wouldn't be able to run so fast. And the third lady has a cast on her leg, so she's not a robber either. Felix goes to his family's house after the business trip. He's very excited to finally eat his favorite chocolates he's been dreaming about all week. But the chocolate is gone. Felix interrogates each of his sisters. Leah says, "I just got home and I haven't eaten anything all day." Diana says, "I was studying all day and I didn't eat anything either." And Kelly says, "It wasn't me who ate the chocolate, but I guess it was Leah." Who did it? Take a closer look at Diana's desk. There's a chocolate wrapper, but she said she didn't eat anything. She must have lied. Felix opens a fancy home decor boutique. One day, an old man comes in. He picks a $30 rug and asks Felix for a discount. And Felix agrees to sell it for $20. The old man gives him a $50 bill. Felix doesn't have any change, so he goes to his friend who works nearby to change the bill. The friend gives Felix 2 $20 bills and 1 $10 bill. Felix gives the old man $30 and puts the remaining $20 in his wallet. The old man leaves with the rug. Soon after that, the friend rushes to the store.
The bill you gave me is fake. I want my money back.
Felix gives his friend his own $50. How much did he lose in total? Felix sold the bag at a $10 discount, so he already lost this money, and then he gave the old guy $30 as change. And he had to return $50 to his friends for the fake bill. But this $20 bill was the one his friend had given him, so Felix had to add $30 from his own pocket. And in total, Felix lost $70. Finally, Felix saved enough money to buy a car. He's having a meeting with 3 guys who want to sell their cars. Each guy tells a few words about their vehicles. Jake says, "I wanted my car to be special, so I bought this one. But now I'm tired of this bright color." Harry says,
I got married and now I'd like to sell my sports car and buy something bigger.
And Will says, I used to be a beginner, so I purchased a cheap used car, and now I want to sell it. Felix immediately realized that one of the guys is lying. Who? Will. The logo of his car doesn't match the logo on his key. Lisa has a 13-year-old daughter named Stephanie. She suspects her daughter created a secret Instagram account so she wouldn't find her. Lisa sees 3 usernames and immediately thinks, busted. Can you spot the teenager's secret account? It's option A. If you read it backward, it spells Stephanie, exactly her daughter's name. And that dot in the middle is just there as camouflage. 3 girls posted pics from their fancy bathtubs, all with the same caption, living the $1 million life. Morning starts with a golden bath. But here's the truth. Only 2 of them are actually rich. One's just faking it. So, who's the poser? This one right here. Look closely. Her magenta hair has visible roots. Total giveaway. If she were really loaded, that wouldn't be happening. Jack's totally into this girl. She finally agrees to go on a movie date with him, but there's a catch. He has to guess which movie she wants to watch. So, she sends him a Snapchat with these 3 emojis. Can you guess it? Of course, she wants to watch the iconic Breakfast at Tiffany's. Caleb, Brian, and Dennis are the top influencers from their cities. Caleb has 2 million followers. Brian has twice as many as Caleb. Dennis has the average number of followers between Caleb and Brian. Can you figure out how many followers Dennis has? To find that, we just add Caleb and Brian's followers together. 2 million plus 4 million equals 6 million. Now divide that by 2 to get the average. 3 million. So Dennis has 3 million followers. Not bad at all. Isabella hopped on her best friend's live stream. At first, everything looked normal. He was smiling and acting chill. But she could tell something was seriously wrong. What made Isabella so suspicious? Look at the name of the stream. Skeletons obey squirrels. It doesn't make any sense, unless it's a hidden message. Take the first letter of each word. It spells SOS. He's secretly asking for help. Amber just hit 10,000 followers on Instagram and wants to celebrate by throwing a party. She invites 2 followers who regularly comment on her posts. One of them leaves kind, supportive messages, but the other is actually a secret hater. Sophie gave her a bouquet of lilies and Mia gifted her a gold necklace. Can you tell who the hater is? It's Mia. You see, Amber is always covered in silver jewelry and her followers know she's allergic to gold, which means Mia isn't really a fan. She's just pretending to be. The day after her birthday, Kira posts a little challenge for her followers. Thanks for all the birthday wishes. Can you guess my birth date? Here's a clue. I was born on a day that's the same forwards and backwards. So, what's the answer? Well, Kira was born on February 2nd, 2020. 3 influencers post screenshots of their YouTube dashboards. Channel A, 1 million subscribers. Their latest video got 200 views and 30,000 comments. Channel B, 500,000 subscribers, and their last video got 10,000 views and 5,000 comments. Channel C, 50,000 subscribers. Their last video has 700,000 views, but only 10 likes. One of them clearly got their numbers wrong, but which one? Channel A's stats seem super off. A video can't have way more comments than views. That just doesn't add up. Matt posts a photo of his delicious homemade pizza, claiming it's fresh from his kitchen. But his friend notices something fishy. How can his friend tell Matt's faking it? Oh wait, there's a pizza box sticking out of that trash can. Matt didn't cook this, he ordered takeout. A famous YouTuber ends their short video with these two emojis. It's a hint about next week's content. Can you figure it out? Easy, it's gonna be an unboxing video. These three girls posted photos with the caption, Bonjour Paris, but one of them is faking it. Can you tell who is not actually in France? Wait a second, is that a price sign in the background? It shows dollars, not euros. That can only mean one thing. She must be in the US. There are a dozen eggs in a carton. 12 people each take one egg, but somehow there's still one egg left in the carton. How? And the answer is, the last person took their egg along with the carton. Are you good with social media slang? Let's see if you can figure out what each of these commonly used terms stands for. DM, TBT, AMA, OP. Well, DM stands for direct message. TBT is the classic Throwback Thursday. AMA means Ask Me Anything. And OP stands for Original Poster. Did you get all of them right? Emily wants to go viral, so she films a day in my life vlog, saying she wakes up before sunrise every morning, but her followers quickly realize she's lying. How did they know? In her video, she's just getting out of bed, but sunlight's already streaming into her room. If she really woke up before sunrise, it would be dark inside. Grace's follower count triples each week. If she starts with 100 followers, how many followers will she have after 3 weeks? So, Grace began with 100 followers. By the end of week 1, her follower count had tripled to 300. The next week, that 300 tripled again, making 900 followers. It's time to play Guess the Social Media. First up, the answer is YouTube. Next, which social media platform do these emojis represent? That's easy. Facebook. Now, how about this one? Time's up. It's WhatsApp. What's the name of YouTube's feature that's perfect for sharing short videos? Shorts, minis, clipsters, flashes. It's option A, of course. Still on easy level. Which social networks originally limited posts to 140 characters? X, LinkedIn, Snapchat, Tumblr. It's X, or as you probably still call it, Twitter. Moving on to medium level. In what year was YouTube created? 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005. And the right answer is option D. Next question. Before Snapchat became Snapchat, it had another name. Do you remember what it was? Peekaboo, Tote, The Snap, Boo Chat. The correct answer is option A, Peekaboo. Ready for some hard-level questions? Let's go. What was the first ever photo posted on Instagram? A beach landscape, a sunset, a dog, a hamburger with fries? The answer is option C, a dog. And now, the final question. Besides Mark Zuckerberg, 4 other people co-founded Facebook. Which of the following names had nothing to do with launching the platform? Eduardo Saverin, Andrew McCollum, Chad Hurley, Dustin Moskovitz. You're right if you picked option C. Chad Hurley was actually one of the founders of YouTube.
A tourist got lost and found 3 houses. In the first one, the light is on, but the windows are boarded up from the inside. In the second one, the doors are wide open and a radio is playing inside. In the third house, everything is covered in dust, but there's a warm cup of tea on the table. Which house is the safest to enter? It's the third one. The tea is still warm, which means the owner has just stepped out. Mr. Johnson keeps his socks in a dresser drawer. He always buys them in only 3 colors: brown, blue, and green, and stores them all together. Mr. Johnson has an important meeting. He pulls the socks out of the drawer one by one without looking. What is the minimum number of socks he must take out to be sure he has a matching pair of the same color? Four socks are enough because the first 3 might be all different colors. 3 people are sitting at a table: a doctor, the son of the doctor's father, and the father of the doctor's son. How are these people related? Well, we have the doctor, her brother, and her husband here. The doctor is a woman. The son of the doctor's father is her brother, and the father of the doctor's son is her husband. An archaeologist went down into an underground passage with 3 corridors. He can smell food from the first corridor, but the cobweb at the entrance was untouched. There's light coming from the second corridor, but there were many old torches with no traces of soot. The third passage was completely dark, but the floor was covered in fresh, muddy footprints. Which corridor did he choose to find people? The third one. The footprints are the most reliable sign. Jamie was offered a pay of $20 for every working day and a deduction of $30 for each non-working day. After 60 days, he got nothing. How many days did he work? If Jamie had worked every day, he would have made $1,200. For each non-working day, he lost $50. Since after 60 days, the worker earned nothing, he lost $1,200. Divided by 50, and we get 24 non-working days. So the number of working days was 36. A famous detective stared at a strange note. It was partly written in Asian characters, partly in numbers, and partly in the English alphabet. Can you read it? It's simple. When you remove all the foreign symbols and numbers, you get "I love Brightside." Aww. 3 friends boast to each other. One says that she has a loving husband and kids. Another claims she has a brilliant career, a rich husband, and children. The third one says she has all the same, but one of them is lying. In reality, she is a single mother. Who is it? It's the first girl. Her tattoo has two matching symbols, a big and a small butterfly, a subtle hint at mother and child. Lizzie decided to start a culinary vlog to make some extra cash. She filmed the first video about cooking with homemade pasta. She posted it and got a bunch of angry comments saying that she is a liar. Why did her viewers decide so? There are 3 empty instant noodle containers sitting on the counter. Obviously, that pasta wasn't homemade. Sam and Sarah are competing for the scholarship of their dreams from the Astronomy Society. The final presentation will decide who wins. After looking at the presentations of both contestants, the jury chose Sarah and told Sam to get more serious if he wants to achieve something. Why did they say so? Well, in his presentation, Saturn is where the Sun should be, and Mars switched places with our Earth. Airport security receives an anonymous phone call. An infamous criminal is about to try to leave the country with the diamonds and emeralds she stole. The security easily identified the criminal after scanning her luggage. What's suspicious here? This shoe is clearly larger than all the others, and it doesn't have a pair, so she's probably hiding something inside it. Jackson was going home from a night shift and decided to have breakfast at a roadside diner. There was just one more visitor inside and a waitress who seemed a bit weird. Jackson ordered a full breakfast for $20, but when it was time to pay, the waitress brought him a bill that said $505. He paid, went outside, and called the police to report an emergency. Why did he do it? The waitress typed that number because it looks like SOS. Something is really wrong there. A farmer once challenged an engineer, a physicist, and a mathematician to fence off the largest amount of area using the least amount of fence. The engineer shaped his fence like a large circle. The physicist made a long line and said that fencing off half the Earth was the best. The mathematician laughed at them and showed his design, which beat the others. What did he do? The mathematician made a small circular fence around himself and declared himself to be on the outside. Ooh, smart. Nancy stayed late at work and got locked up in the office. To get out, she must guess the 3-digit code to the door. There's a calendar next to it, and it has the letters WMF at the bottom. Can you help her figure out the code? It's 3:15. The letters stand for the days of the week, Wednesday, Monday, and Friday, and the code is their numbers. Now Steve is going on a blind date with a friend of a friend. All he knows is that she'll be wearing a polka dot skirt. When he arrives at the restaurant, he sees 3 girls in polka dot skirts. So, who is the one? There are 3 empty plates and 2 glasses on the first table, so the girl isn't alone. The second girl has almost finished her coffee and is working on her laptop, so it must be the third girl, patiently waiting for Steve. A frog falls to the bottom of a 30-foot well. Each morning, the frog climbs 3 feet up, but each night it slips 2 feet down during sleep. So at the beginning of the first day, the frog has 30 feet to go. At the beginning of the second day, it has 29 feet to go, and so on. How many days does the frog need to escape from the well? At the beginning of the 28th day, the frog will climb the last 3 feet and escape. Ribbit. All right, your brain must be boiling by now. Let's give it a little break. Try to find the hidden animals in these pictures. Here's the first one. Did you notice this bird right here? Now, on to the second picture. Yep, it's a butterfly right here. Now, the trickiest of them all. There's a chameleon hiding in this forest. Can you spot it? Well done! Mrs. Riviera is a math teacher. She collected her students' homework, made them do a computer test, and started to grade the assignments during the class. She came across 2 very similar homework sheets and realized that one of the students copied the work of the other. Here are the students, Asher and Holden. Can you tell which one of them is the copycat? It's Asher. His hands are covered in fresh ink, which means he probably just did his homework right before the class. Mr. Reed came back home at night after another long shift. His wife was still up. He kissed her and went to bed. Mrs. Reed had been suspecting that her husband was cheating on her for a while already, and this time she wanted to know for sure. She decided to check his pockets. The next day, she told her husband that she knew he was cheating on her. Why? Look, there is a pair of keys in his pocket. His keys are hanging on the wall, so these are the keys from someone else's house. Ashley had a birthday party and she invited some friends over. Liliana didn't want to go, so she lied that her mom grounded her and made her clean the room. Ashley was sad but understanding about it. To make it up to her, the next day Liliana invited Ashley to her house to study together and to watch a movie in the evening. Ashley agreed, but at Liliana's house, she understood that she had lied to her. How? Liliana's room is still messy. If she had cleaned it the previous day, it'd be neat. A famous rich writer was living alone in a mansion and never went outside. The only people she ever saw were her cook, her gardener, and a cleaning man. One morning, before breakfast, the cleaning man found her poisoned in her room and called the police. The 3 of them were suspects. The cook was watching a cooking blog on YouTube. The cleaning man said he just came to start the job when he found the lady. The gardener was in the garden planting some flowers. Who poisoned the lady? It must be the cook. It happened right before breakfast, but he wasn't cooking anything. He knew the breakfast wouldn't be needed that morning. It was summer break, and Ariana's friends invited her to go camping. Ariana wasn't really into camping, but didn't want to admit that she'd rather stay at home and watch TV. So she said that her parents invited her to go to Greece. In reality, she stayed at home and was binge-watching TV shows. Her family sent her a vacation photo. Ariana photoshopped herself there and sent it to her friends. When her friends saw the picture, they realized that Ariana wasn't in Greece. How? Ariana photoshopped herself, but her friends noticed that everyone in the picture except for her cast a shadow. Hallie works at a gas station in a city suburb. It was calm and quiet there. One day, she only had 3 customers. The first one got something to drink. The second one got some chocolate bars, and the third one just paid for gas. One of them was a criminal, and Hallie reported him to the police. Who was the criminal, and how did she understand it? The second man paid with a $25 bill. Such a bill doesn't exist, which means he'd been printing money. It was September 17th, and Annika was finally going to Spain for her vacation. She was living alone, so she sent all of her plants and her cat to a friend's house. On September 27th, she came back home. When she walked in, she realized that someone was in her house while she was away. How did Annika understand it? Annika lived alone, but look, there's a tear-off calendar hanging on the wall. When she left, it was September 17th, but now it shows September 27th. This story happened a couple of centuries ago. Henry and Caroline were dating, but their families were against it. One day, Caroline's family decided to take her away to another city, but they didn't tell her which one. Henry and Caroline knew it was one of the two big cities nearby, Paris, which was on the left, or Berlin on the right. They agreed that Caroline would throw her scarf away when the train took off, and Henry would find her wherever she was. So here's where Henry found the scarf. Which way did the train go? If you throw something from a moving train, it flies in the opposite direction. Henry found the scarf on the right part of the train station, which means the train headed left to Paris. Spoiler, a couple of months later he found Caroline there, and they lived happily ever after.
In Middleton High School, a teacher decided to play a game with students. She wrote a riddle on the board, and the first student that got the answer correctly would win a big prize. The riddle she wrote went like this: I am clean when I'm empty, and I'm dirty when I'm full. What am I? Barbara immediately knew the answer to this one and won the prize. Yeah. Can you guess what she answered? It's a chalkboard! The answer was right in front of her all along. Gabriel is an experienced trekker. He went for a 3-day trek in the beautiful forests of Spain when he was captured by a mythical creature. The creature took him to a hidden realm and took away his backpack and all his belongings. After he took everything he needed, he left Gabriel in a dark cave all by himself. To leave the cave, Gabriel was supposed to choose one of 3 tunnels. The first tunnel had thousands of pointy crystals that could hurt him if he stepped on them. The second tunnel was filled with shadowy creatures that were eager for some of Gabriel's vitality. And the last tunnel had the belongings of an ancient wizard, his cape and some of his potions lying around. Which tunnel should he choose? I'd say the last one, right? Since it only has the wizard's belongings, the wizard himself is nowhere to be seen. Oh no! The third tunnel was a trap after all. It took Gabriel to the wizard's tower. When he walked into the tower's only room, he got locked inside it. And to make things worse, when he looked down, he saw that the tower was on fire. The room had no doors, and only a small window. Thankfully, he found there were 3 magic potions that could help him escape. Yes! The first potion had the power of giving him incredible physical strength. With the second potion, he could summon any animal he wanted to help him. And the last potion would turn into a vampire. Which potion should Gabriel choose? Well, no animal could help him escape the tower, and even if he had all the strength in the world, he wouldn't be able to beat the fire. But if he turned into a vampire, then he could transition into a bat and fly away through the little window. So the third bottle it is. Maya was exploring the realms when she opened a door that took her to Rainbow Land. This world was filled with flying unicorns and colorful fairies. But they were mischievous creatures that liked playing pranks with outsiders. So, they held Maya hostage until she could figure out the answer to their riddle. They asked her, I'm a color you can eat. What am I? Can you help Maya figure out the answer to this riddle? It's an orange! Way to go, Maya! But the fairy people were in the mood for playing more games, so they continued with their riddles. They asked Maya, "I make two people out of one. What am I?" Maya had to think for a while to answer this one, but she got it correctly. Yes! What did she answer? It's a mirror! Taylor was walking through the streets of New York City when she tripped over something, fell down, and hurt her head. When she woke up, she was at the hospital with doctors asking her a bunch of questions to see if she was all right. The funny doctor, who is known for his riddles, asked her, "What has a head, a tail, is brown, and has no legs?" Can you help Taylor out here? It's a penny. You can see how this riddle is misleading, but hey, you got it right. 3 people decided to spend their vacations in Antarctica. Bianca had some trouble with the harsh weather, but felt it was worth it in the end. Pablo had a great time photographing the penguins for his social media page, and Helena got to do some fishing while she was there. On the last day of their trip, passing through airport security, one of them got caught trying to take a penguin with them in their backpack. Take a look at the picture. Can you tell who it was? Let's see what we have here. Well, is that a penguin's feet poking out of Helena's backpack? It sure is. Guess she did more than just fishing during her vacation. Kailani was swimming in a dark underwater cave when she found a gold lamp. She rubbed the lamp, and a powerful merman came out of it. The merman told her he would grant her heart's truest wish and asked her what it would be. The young mermaid was confused about what to wish for, so she went to ask her family what they wanted most. Her father said he wanted to be king. Her mother said she wanted to have a pet shark. And her brother said he wanted to marry the love of his life. The powerful merman granted Kalani one wish, but all of her family members got what they wanted. Can you guess what Kalani wished for? Kailani wished that her father, the king, attended her brother's wedding to the love of his life, and that her mother's pet shark be the one that carried the rings down the aisle. Smart girl. Yes! Bob was blindfolded and put into a shaky van. When he woke up, he was alone in a dark, empty room. There was nobody there, but there were 3 envelopes on the floor. A post-it on top of the envelope said, "Each envelope contains a red capsule and 2 statements. In one of these envelopes, both statements are false. In another envelope, both statements are true. You have to choose the correct capsule to get out of this alive." He opened the first envelope, saw a capsule and the messages. 1. Don't take this pill. 2. Take the pill from the second envelope. On the second envelope, the note said, 1. Don't take the pill from the first envelope. 2. Take the pill from the third envelope. And the last envelope said, 1. Don't take this pill. 2. Take the pill from the first envelope. Which capsule should Bob take? He should trust the pill from the third envelope. Let's see why. The first message of the first envelope is true, while the second is false. Both messages from the second envelope are true. This leaves us with 2 false statements on the third envelope. It's the finale of the Big Money Buzz show, and Natalie is faced with a difficult task. There are 3 fish bowls, each one of them containing a different amount of gold bars inside. If she manages to put her hand inside one of the bowls and take it out, she can keep the gold bar. The first bowl has scalding hot water inside of it. The second is filled with flesh-burning acid. And the last bowl has a couple of venomous scorpions walking around. Which bowl should she choose? Natalie should just wait until the water cools down and grab the gold bar from the first bowl.
Yes!
Nova wanted to be part of the Binary Bandits. They were an elite cybersecurity group that protected the internet world from hackers. She sent several emails to the group's members, but she was completely ignored. Until one day, she got an encrypted message with a mysterious riddle. It said that if she could answer this riddle, she would be interviewed by a member of the bandits and get a chance to be part of the group. The message said, "Invisible I am, but through circuits I flow. Harness my power and watch your knowledge grow. A key to the future, a virtual seed. Decipher my code and all secrets you'll heed. What am I?" Nova's answer was a 4-letter word, and she got it right. Can you guess what she answered? She answered, "Data." That seemed obvious, huh?
Well, you're a private detective. You work in a city inhabited by people and magical creatures. You're going to have a rough night. The full moon is coming. It's the time when people and monsters go crazy. Like any detective, you write down your guesses in a diary so that you can summarize the results later. It's afternoon now. You're sitting in your office. Lightning strikes in the sky and someone knocks on the door at the same time. A pale woman enters the room and asks for help. You notice a bracelet on her arm. Her zombie brother is accused of stealing some jewelry, but she's sure he is not guilty. She asks you to prove it. You arrive at the store. On a broken display case where the jewelry used to be, you notice fingerprints. There are 3 suspects: a werewolf, an elf, and a zombie. Which of them is the thief? The elf. The zombie has skeleton hands, and the werewolf has hairy paws. Only the elf could leave human-like fingerprints. You drive through the streets and see a group of suspicious people standing by the riverbank. You stop and get out of the car. The people notice you and sprint in the opposite direction. You run after them on the sand along the water, but can't catch up. You look around but don't see anyone. Then you figure out it was your hallucination triggered by long sleepless nights. How did you figure that out? You ran after these people on the sand, but you can only see the footprints of your boots. You're walking back to the car and hear some screams coming from the water. A woman is calling for help. You run into the river and swim toward the drowning woman. But when you approach her, you see 3 people. They're all screaming, but only one of them is a real human and needs help. The rest are mermaids who want to lure you to their kingdom. How can you find out who the real woman is? Dive and check who has a fishtail. You save the woman and go to the car. It starts raining. You don't want to catch a cold, so you decide to change your clothes in your apartment. But suddenly, you hear someone scream for help outside. You run out of the apartment and forget to lock the door. A woman is crying in the street. She's standing near the road. In the distance, you can see a car leaving at high speed. The woman says her new car has just been stolen. You get into your vehicle and start chasing the criminal. The suspect gets out of the car and runs toward an abandoned house. He climbs over the fence and disappears inside. You go there after him. In a small hall, 5 zombies are walking in different directions. But zombies don't drive cars. One of them is the thief pretending to be a zombie. Who is it exactly? Zombies don't sweat, but one of the creatures you see is covered with sweat. That's because it's the criminal who has been running away from you. You walk through the streets. There's a warning on a post about lizard people charging at the inhabitants of the city. You remember investigating this case, but you couldn't find these reptiles. Now you need to go to the park. For several days, a large werewolf has been scaring the residents there. You know that the werewolf has a wife, and she is the only person who can calm the monster down and help him return to his human form. You have found 3 girls. Each of them might be the werewolf's wife you're looking for. You ask his wife to approach him, but none of the girls admits she's the one you need. So you have to make your own choice. Do you see some wool on this girl's clothes? It's the wolf's fur, which means she's the wife. She walks up to the monster, hugs it, and the werewolf turns into a human. You're hungry. You drop by a pizzeria. The owner of the restaurant says that someone has taken all his weekly earnings from the safe. The thief wore gloves and left no fingerprints. The video cameras were turned off. You know this pizzeria has had several similar incidents over the past year. Every time, the insurance company paid the owner the entire amount that had been stolen. You're sure the owner took his own money to use the insurance again. Take a look at the office and prove that the owner is guilty. Look at the air vent. Behind the grated hatch, you can see the bundles of the stolen money you've been looking for. There's a long night ahead, and you're feeling sleepy. You go to a small cafe to get a coffee. You give the money to the saleswoman and take the cup with the drink. You take a sip and realize the woman is in danger right now. How do you know that? "Help me" is written on the cup she's just given you. You decide not to leave the cafe and sit down at the table. You can see a man in a black raincoat and hood sitting at the other end of the room. The girl behind the cash register is looking at him wearily. You look at this visitor for a few seconds and realize he's a vampire. What makes you think that? It's night outside. You can see your reflection in the window. The hooded man is sitting by the window too, but isn't reflected in it. He's a vampire. The coffee has cheered you up a little. You're walking along the street, lost in thought. That's why you don't notice an open maintenance hole in front of you. You fall and find yourself in a dark sewer. Phew! Fortunately, you're not hurt. Shh! You can hear some noise at a distance. You turn on your flashlight and slowly walk forward. Soon, you come across a cage with several people inside. They say a mad scientist caught them and put them in this cage to conduct experiments. You need to free the prisoners. But where can you find the key? Carefully inspect the laboratory. One of the jars with chemicals standing on the shelf has a key inside. You take it out and are about to open the cage, but the scientist returns. He tells you not to do this. The people inside are actually mutant lizards. The scientist admits that he accidentally turned regular crocodiles into humans. The scientist managed to catch these monsters and put them in this cage. He's going to turn them back into reptiles and let them go. The prisoners say they are humans, and the scientist lies. Who do you believe? You decide not to open the cage. Inside, next to the people, you can see pieces of faded skin and scales. Snakes and other reptiles shed during molting. You believe the scientist, and he promises that he will soon fix everything. You're back in the street. It's as dirty and uncomfortable here as in the sewer. Nearby, a bolt of lightning strikes something. You hear someone screaming and run there. A multi-story building is on fire. An old lady is crying. She's left her cat in the apartment. Firefighters may not be able to save it, so you decide to do it yourself. You go up to the top floor using an old fire escape. It collapses behind you. Fortunately, you manage to jump into the window. You're in the old lady's apartment. Several floors lead to different rooms. You don't have time to check each of them. The fire is getting closer. Where is the cat? That door is scratched at the bottom. Those are claw marks. The cat must be there. You open the door and see a big black cougar. The fire is everywhere, and you can't go out through the main entrance. There is a window leading to the backyard and a fire escape. Where will you go? The fire escape collapsed when you were trying to get into the apartment. In the window, you see the tree. After the Christmas break, two twin sisters, Alicia and Ada, came to visit their mother. However, one of the sisters has a boyfriend from Thailand who she visited right before her mother. Can you tell which one? Norway is a cold country in the north. Also, it's winter, but unlike her twin sister, Ada is tanned. It's probably because she just spent her vacation in some warm country, like Thailand, at her boyfriend's place. So it must be her. A chemist has discovered a new element. 3 days later, he suddenly disappeared. Ben, his intern, is supposed to finish the scientist's work. However, all the data is on the chemist's computer, and Ben doesn't know the passcode. He only knows that the passcode is his daughter's name, which the scientist has never mentioned. Luckily, there's a hint. Can you guess the daughter's name? Her father is a chemist, so the key must be something related to chemistry. How about the periodic table? The 9th element is fluorine, which is F. The 53rd element is iodine, and that's I. Then there's 8, which is oxygen, or O. And the 11th element is sodium, which is Na. So the daughter's name is Fiona, and that's the password. Mr. and Mrs. Murphy are having a walk in a park with 3 girls, Adeline, Kaylee, and Sienna. 2 of them are their nieces, and the other one is their daughter. Can you tell which girl is the daughter? Their daughter is Adeline. Look, both Mr. and Mrs. Murphy have blue eyes. It means that their daughter can only have blue eyes too. Adeline is the only girl with blue eyes. 3 girls, May, Reagan, and Tessa, came to a private party and said that they're world-famous top models. However, 2 of them lied. Can you guess which one of them told the truth and is really a famous top model? She must be wearing a real designer purse, not a copy. Look, the logos of Reagan and Tessa's Dolce & Gabbana purses are wrong, so these girls must be lying. It seems like the real model is May. Gabriel noticed a beautiful woman in a park and came up to meet her. They talked for hours and, among other things, he learned that she's a music teacher, has 3 siblings and a niece. Gabriel asked her out on a date, but the woman said she'd only agree if he guessed the name of her niece. Gabriel says it's impossible and asked for a hint. The woman said just 2 words, 3, 6. Can you help Gabriel guess the name? Remember, she's a music teacher, so it must be somehow connected to music. Let's recall the musical notes: do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. The 3rd one is mi, and the 6th one is la. If we put them together, we get Mila. That must be the woman's niece's name. Voila! It's date night. At the end of a school break, Elle returned to her class to find a short love note on her desk. She looked around to see who it could be from, but she couldn't tell. Still, she had 3 suspects, the students who'd always been especially nice to her. She asked them directly if they wrote her a note. Martin said he had been busy finishing his homework. Owen said he had been scrolling through his social media feed and hadn't written any notes. Leanna denied writing a note too and said that she'd been in the bathroom. However, Elle still guessed who wrote the note. Can you? Look, Leanna's hands are covered in ink. If she really was in the bathroom, her hands would be clean. So she must be lying, and she must be the one who wrote that note. Hey, don't be shy. After a summer break, all students returned to school. 4 friends started to talk about what they had been doing all summer. It turned out that all of them had been traveling. Addison said she and her family had taken a trip to Moldova to visit her grandma. Ash said he and his girlfriend had spent the whole 2 months in Venezuela. Joshua said he'd visited Narnia, and Kira had been to several Asian countries. However, one of the friends actually stayed at home the whole time. Can you tell who? It's Joshua. Narnia is a fictional country. He probably had a movie marathon that summer. Dan found himself in a dark dungeon and couldn't remember what happened. But he didn't mind because right in front of him there were 3 chests. One of them was full of gold coins, another was full of silver coins, and the third one was full of diamonds. He could take any one of the chests with him. However, outside there was a vampire waiting for him. What should Dan do? Dan should take the chest with the silver coins. Vampires are afraid of silver, so he'd be able to walk past the vampire. Ka-ching! Ms. Harrelson reported that someone had broken into her house and stolen her grandma's golden watch. Detective Callum was up for the case and interrogated the woman. Ms. Harrelson said she had been vacuum cleaning upstairs when she heard some scratching on the door, followed by footsteps. She was afraid, so she didn't go downstairs until the burglar was gone. When it was over, she found that her watch was stolen. Detective Callum refused to start the case and said that the woman was lying. Why? Ms. Harrelson said that she had been vacuum cleaning when she heard the noise. It just wouldn't be possible because the vacuum cleaner is very noisy and she couldn't possibly have heard anything. Hey, you got your brain all warmed up? All right, let's go. Michael was flying in business class for the first time in his life. Of course, he was curious about his fellow passengers. Soon he realized that one of them just pretended to be rich. Which one was it? It was the guy wearing a blue shirt. On his suit jacket label, you can read that it's made of polyester. Really rich people rarely wear synthetic fabrics. A wealthy man, Mr. Wilson, disappeared from his hotel room. He was rumored to have come to buy the resort from the current owner. There are 3 suspects. Mr. Wilson's assistant said that he had felt unwell and had gone to his room right upon arrival. The hotel owner said that they had agreed to meet in a conference room, but he had gotten lost on his way there. Mr. Wilson's wife said that her husband had planned to meet with the hotel owner, and since she wasn't interested in business, she went to the spa. Who is behind Mr. Wilson's disappearance? It's the hotel owner. How could he get lost in his own hotel? Marcus, a computer genius, needed to get into his client's computer. And, of course, the client didn't remember the password. The only thing he had was a note with a hint. Which number should Marcus type in for the computer to switch on? The correct number is 4. It corresponds to the number of the intersections. A rich businessman called the police and reported that a valuable vase or vase from his collection had gone missing. It turned out the businessman had just returned from his overseas trip. While he was away, a security guard was looking after the house. When questioned, the guard replied that the theft had happened the night before. He was in the same room with the vase, reading. Suddenly, the power went out and he heard the doorbell ring. He hurried to open the door, but there was no one outside. When he came back, the vase was gone. The police didn't believe the man and arrested him. Why? It's because the doorbell doesn't ring if there's no electricity. You meet these 2 women in an elevator at work. You have never come across any of them before, but they both claim they work in your company. In reality, only one of them works there. Which one? It's the lady on the left. She has a badge on her jacket with her name and other information. She must be new in the company. As for the second woman, she's an imposter. Look at this picture and say which person is in greater danger. It's the person on the left, because his ladder is about to snap. Bridget is taking part in a TV challenge show. There are 2 doors in front of her. Behind one of them, there's an unfriendly dog. Behind the other, a case with cash. There are 2 signs on the doors. One always lies, the other is truthful. On the first door, it's written, "The cash is here, the dog is in the next room." The other sign says, "The cash and the dog aren't in the same room. Where is the cash?" The case with the cash is in the second room. The second statement is true, which means the first one is false. Now look at this picture carefully. What's wrong here? Have you paid attention to that weird mirror? It doesn't reflect anything. Another tricky task for you. Look at these people and try to figure out which one of them is weird. Actually, there are 2 unusual people here. This man apparently has 2 left hands, and this lady is literally floating above the floor. These people came to a Halloween party, but one monster might be more real than you can imagine. Which one is it? It's the girl on the right. If you look more closely, you'll see a human eye innocently floating in her drink. You're totally lost in the woods, feeling cold and hungry. After hours of wandering, you find 3 houses. Which one should you enter? The first house is locked from the outside. The third house seems safe, but there are footprints leading to the door. Those are wolf paw prints. So your safest choice is house number 2. Julian has lots of patients today, and he's very tired. He sneaks a peek at the people waiting to be treated and realizes that one of them is just pretending to be unwell. Which one is it? It's Rick. His phone is in his right pocket, so he must have used his broken arm to put it there, which would have caused him a lot of pain if his arm had truly been injured. Gemma returned from Asia and brought a precious porcelain figurine. She threw a party and invited all her friends to tell them about her journey. They had a great time. But after her friends left, the woman realized the figurine had disappeared. She called the police and showed them the photo she had taken at the party. One of the officers immediately realized who had stolen the figurine. Did you understand it too? It was this girl. She hid the figurine under her hat. You met a guy while on vacation, and he introduced himself as Jason. He said that his siblings were all named after the months of the year: July, August, September, October, and November. So why was he called Jason? Well, take the first letters of the guy's siblings' names, and you'll get Jason. While traveling around Mexico, Lucas decided to visit a super famous restaurant. There, he ordered 3 dishes. But when the waiter brought them and put the plates on the table, Lucas realized that eating them all might end up badly. Which dish is safe to eat? Unfortunately, none of the dishes is safe. The first one has weird mushrooms that look like they're poisonous. The third dish contains cheese with mold, but it's not that mold that's involved in cheese making. Most likely, the cheese has just gone bad. Now, you might think the second dish is safe, but look at those beans. They're poisonous castor beans. Look at these hands attentively and try to figure out which person is married. If you look at the first hand, you'll realize it doesn't belong to a grown-up person. On the second hand, there is a mark left by a ring, but there's no ring itself. It must mean that the person is no longer married. On the third hand, there's no ring either, but it's the right hand, and we wear wedding rings on the left hand. So, out of these three, this person is most likely to be married. An infinite number of mathematicians are waiting to make their orders in a coffee shop. The first one asks the barista for a half a gallon of coffee. The second wants to have a quarter of a gallon. The third needs an eighth, and so on. How many gallons of coffee will the barista need to fulfill the wishes of all the mathematicians? Well, just one. A man was to be sentenced for his crimes, but the judge told him, "You may make a statement. If it is true, I'll sentence you to 2 years in prison. If it is false, I'll sentence you to 5 years in prison." After the man made his statement, the judge decided to set him free. Can you figure out what the man said? He said, "You'll sentence me to 5 years in prison." If it was true, then the judge would have to make it false by sentencing him to 2 years. If it was false, then he would have to give him 5 years, which would make it true. So rather than contradict his own word, the judge set the man free. A guy got stranded on an island, and one of the main issues was that he couldn't swim. However, he managed to get off the island and return home safely. How did he do it? No one said the man got stranded on a deserted island. He just found some people and asked them to take him home by boat. Clever! Now, Tim and Monica were celebrating their 4th year together when Tim popped the question. Bobby and Olivia got engaged a year ago and were also planning the details of their wedding. Take a look at both couples a few seconds before they say "I do." Who do you think will probably get divorced? Let's take a closer look. It's probably going to be Tim and Monica. If you look closely, Monica has a tattoo on her arm. And look at that guy on the second row of her wedding. He has the same matching tattoo as her. Plus, look at his face. He is definitely not happy to see her getting married. Liam was on a date with Sarah, his college sweetheart, when her sisters, Jessica and Jackie, decided to show up to play a prank on them. The girls paired up and said they wanted Liam to order them a dessert. Liam needed to impress the girls. He knows that Sarah is on a diet, so she doesn't eat fat or flour products. Jessica has a sore throat, and Jackie is a vegan and allergic to citrus. Take a look at the dessert options at the restaurant. Help Liam pick the best dessert for each girl. The ice cream is out of the picture. He should get the citrus smoothie to Sarah, the cake to Jessica, and the fruit salad to Jackie. Mary is almost 30 years old and she's been single for a pretty long time. Let me guess, 30 years? She decided it was time to find herself a boyfriend, and so she made a profile on a dating app. She got interested in 3 different guys, John, Arthur, and Henry. John says he loves surfing and going shopping every single week. Arthur has his own wine collection and loves to cycle on the weekends. Henry is a baker who loves doing ceramics. Can you figure out which one of them is a maniac? Well, this sure wasn't obvious, but it's John. Look at his pictures. He says he goes shopping every week, but he's wearing the exact same clothes in all of his pictures. That's just too weird. Cleo just moved to New York to start a degree in fashion. The first week of graduate school is filled with networking events, where she meets a bunch of new people. 2 guys asked her out on a date that night. Brad tried to impress her, saying he had tickets to the Met Gala the next weekend, and invited her to tag along. Harry said that his company gave him 2 Taylor Swift tickets and invited her to come with him. One of them is lying big time. Can you guess who? Brad is lying. Look at that flyer behind Cleo. It says that the Met Gala was canceled that year. Brad was probably just too desperate to impress Cleo. Blake received an anonymous text message saying that his girlfriend was cheating on him in the office next door to him. He abandoned everything he was doing and ran over to see if he would catch her cheating. When he got there, he could only see Sarah, his girlfriend, and a bunch of other girls. Can you spot who is Sarah's lover amongst these people? Most of them are girls, but there's a guy hidden right in the middle. Look at the Adam's apple and fake hair. That must be him. Barbara is a successful influencer, and she's living her best life in Los Angeles. One day, out of the blue, she got a love letter from one of her high school friends. The letter said how much this person has always admired Barbara and dreamt of dating her. But the thing is, the letter wasn't signed, so she has no idea who had written it. Take a look at these pictures. Can you guess which one of these people is in love with Barbara? Well, let's see. Ben, her high school best friend, is probably dating someone since he's wearing half of a heart-shaped necklace. Rob, her childhood neighbor, is scrolling through a dating app, so it's probably not him as well. It was the last guy, John. He sat behind her in most of their classes together, and if you look closely, his hands are dirty with green ink, the same ink that he wrote the letter with. Brady decided to surprise his wife with an anniversary trip. He booked them a week in Rome, and his wife was thrilled about it. One morning, they went to visit the Colosseum, but the line was so big that they got lost from each other. Take a look at the image. Can you spot Brady's wife? Brady's wife is that woman wearing the same yellow t-shirt that Brady is wearing, which says, USA loves Italy. They bought it the day before. Jenna went through a terrible breakup recently. She spent months crying because her ex-boyfriend got a new girlfriend. So her friends decided to cheer her up. They set her up on a blind date with a guy named Jonas. She arrived at the restaurant around 8 p.m. It was pouring rain outside. As soon as she arrived, she spotted 3 single guys waiting at different tables. Take a look at the picture. Can you guess who Jonas is? It's the guy on the right. The first guy is waiting for the check, which means he already ate. The second guy is waiting for some lady to come back from the bathroom. The third guy has a wet umbrella next to his table, which means he probably also arrived when it was raining. Plus, he's holding his phone in his hands, probably waiting for a text. That must be Jonas. Good luck, guy. Jen and Hannah are best friends. They've both been dating their boyfriends for over 3 years. They often get together and daydream about what their perfect proposals would look like. One day, something almost magical happened. While Jen's boyfriend proposed to her during a romantic dinner, Hannah's boyfriend proposed on their weekend away. Take a look at both of these pictures. Can you tell which proposal is fake? Uh-oh. It looks like Hannah's proposal is a fake. Look at her boyfriend's finger. He's got another ring there. Bethany and Fred started dating recently. Bethany's birthday was coming up, and she asked Fred to take her to see a concert with her favorite band. Fred got nervous because he had no idea who her favorite band was. When he asked her what band that was, Bethany sent him a text message with a couple of emojis. Take a look at the text. Can you figure out the name of the band? Ah, the band is Coldplay. Amelia moved back to her hometown after a few years abroad. She hadn't seen her friends in a long time. They invited her for a welcome back party. They danced and laughed all night. What she didn't know was that her friends were planning on playing a prank on her. They shut down the lights and switched her expensive fancy necklace with a fake one from a cheap jewelry store. When the lights were turned back on, they asked her to figure out who took her necklace, and they joked they would only give it back if she could guess correctly. Take a look at the image. Can you help Amelia? It was the guy and the girl dancing on the left corner. Take a close look at the guy's pocket. It has something in the shape of a necklace in there. Plus, the girl is trying to hide it with her hand, but she kinda gave it away. Rue and her husband traveled to the Caribbean for their honeymoon. As soon as they arrived at their hotel, they realized it was nothing like the pictures. The place looked like a haunted mansion. Take a look at the pictures of the rooms. Which room should they choose to stay in? The first room has some insanely big spider webs. If you look closely, there are some ghosts hovering just outside the window of the second room. The third room has some flickering lights, but it looks like the safest of them all. Hey, good luck with that.
Mason is moving to a new town. On the way, he makes a stop at the local gas station. He wants to pay for gas and snacks, but his red leather wallet is missing. Mason interrogates 3 people standing nearby. Ashley says that she didn't touch Mason's stuff. Both of her hands were full of sandwiches. Lily says she was taking selfies for her social media. And the cashier, Xavier, said that he didn't notice any red wallets. Mason knows for sure who's the thief. What about you? Take a look at Ashley's sandwiches. She hid Mason's wallet between 2 pieces of bread. Mason exposes the thief and continues on his journey. He gets hungry and goes to a diner. But immediately, Mason feels something off about this place. Something's completely wrong with one of these 3 waiters. Which one? The lady on the left has wolf teeth, and she doesn't wear any badge on her uniform, so it makes sense to stay away from her. Mason arrives at the town late at night. He parks his car and looks around. Suddenly, Mason notices an unconscious lady on the ground. He calls the police and an ambulance. They arrive very quickly. Meanwhile, the lady comes to her senses, but she finds out that all her money is missing. The police have 3 suspects, Mason and 2 other pedestrians, Noah and Mike. Who's the thief? Take a look at the ground. There are 2 types of footsteps leading to the place where the lady is lying. One of them belongs to her, and the other one was left by Mason. There are 2 parallel straight lines left by a wheelchair, so the thief must be Mike. The next day, Mason meets his neighbors.
Hello.
It's an elderly couple, Ralph and Glenda. They have just finished building a fancy new house. The house looks beautiful, and they invite their 3 grandchildren over to have a look at their work. It takes 1 day for one guy and 2 girls to break several windows, knock down the fence, remove the decorations, and ruin the roof. But the retired couple doesn't mind. They just smile looking at the teenagers. Can you figure out why? The grandparents made a gingerbread house and invited their grandchildren to enjoy it. Dinner time. Mason enters a local restaurant. 2 tables are occupied, but this is not a regular boring restaurant. One of these families belongs to the mafia. Can you guess which one? Take a closer look at the second family. The daughter holds a teddy bear that's stuffed with dollars. Mason decides to go to another place instead. He takes a look at these 2 tables and spots the mafia family right away. What about you? It's the first family. The father has a red laser dot at the level of his heart. A sniper is aiming at him. Mason switches restaurants again. 2 tables are occupied by innocent-looking families. Yet again, one of these groups belongs to the mafia. Can you guess which one? Take a look at the second table. The father is hiding a gold bar in his menu.
Oh.
The next morning, Mason goes to check out the local pool. Can you spot an undercover cop among these people? This guy has a suspicious earphone in his ear. Why would he need it while swimming? Mason is terrible at packing. Today, he's going camping in the forest. Can you help him pack his stuff? Take a look at his bag and spot all the useless items. Oh, look! He has an electric hairdryer, but there's no electricity in the forest, so he can definitely leave it at home. Mason and his friend Bennett go hiking in the local forest. On the way, they meet 2 ladies, Anna and Alice. They hang out together and both guys fall in love with Anna. They want to take her on a date. So the guys secretly ask Alice which of them Anna likes more. Alice doesn't want to share her bestie's secrets, but she gives the guys a hint. Anna loves pizza, but she can't stand burgers. She likes to go to the pool, but she never goes to the gym. Her favorite animal is the llama, but she's afraid of zebras. Which one of these guys does Anna like? Alice wanted to give the guys a clue, so we have to look for some patterns in her words. All the things Anna likes have double letters. Bennett has 2 double letters in his name, so he must be Anna's crush. The guys keep on hiking. Suddenly, they see a beautiful large apple tree growing on a cliff. If a powerful wind blows towards the land, where will the apples fall? In any case, they'll fall down. Alice needs to leave for the city, but Mason, Bennett, and Anna decide to spend the night in the wild. The next day, they wake up in a terrible trap. They're hanging upside down in the air with their legs tied. There's a bunch of venomous snakes on the ground under Mason. There's fire and hot coals under Anna, and dangerous scorpions are crawling under Bennett. How can the guys survive? Can you see that black cloud with lightning? It's gonna start raining soon. The rainwater will put out the fire under Anna. This lady has a knife, so she can cut the rope and then help the others.
Yes!
The guys escape, but they get lost in the forest. It gets dark. They're wandering around and come across a creepy cabin. It belongs to a witch. She says the guys must solve a riddle if they want to escape from her land. The witch writes a number. There are 2 special things about it. What are they? First, this number contains all existing digits. Second, they're put in alphabetical order.
Oh.
Mason and his friends return to the town. Meanwhile, someone robbed the local museum and stole the most valuable painting.
Oh no.
A detective investigates the crime scene and finds the thief right away. However, when asked to give it back, the criminal provides the police with 3 copies of the same painting. He refuses to tell which one is original. Can you find the real masterpiece? Each painting has a different frame, but only one of them is perfectly similar to the other frames hanging in the museum. And since this museum uses the same style of frames, this painting should be the original. Mason gets a new job in a small company. Only 4 people work with him. One day, Mason comes to the office and he doesn't find his favorite slippers. Mason always puts them on while working. He searches everywhere and finally spots them on the roof of the building. Mason is furious. He questions his coworkers. Bill says, "I don't even know where you keep your slippers." Phil says,
I'm terrified of heights. I have never climbed up there.
Mara says,
I'm wearing high heels today. I can hardly walk in them.
and Ella says,
I respect you too much to prank you, sir.
One of them is lying. Who? It's Phil. He said he was afraid of heights, but take a look at the photo on his table. He's skydiving with a parachute. Liar. After work, Mason returns to his condo. He enters the elevator with 3 people. One of them is a police officer working undercover. Can you guess who? Take a look at this old lady's outfit. She has a tiny hidden video camera in her hat. Mason enters his apartment. Oh no! Someone broke the lock and stole his precious golden cup. Mason calls the police and they question 3 neighbors. George was painting his living room all day. He listened to loud music so he couldn't hear anything. Bella was walking with her boyfriend all day long. They've just returned home. And Aaron was sick, so he only went out once that day to take out his trash. He heard weird noises from Mason's apartment. Who's lying? George. His living room doesn't